and family side by side, cozy games and laughter too. There's a place here made for you. Come on in, don't be late. Good vibes here, we celebrate. Faith and fun in every way. That's the Canadian Mountie Way.
Cozy streams and strategy plans, guided always by God's hands. Kindness shining, joy runs deep. Chaos comes, the last days leave.
Come on in, don't be late. Good vibes here, we celebrate. Faith and fun in every way. That's the Canadian Mountie Way. Cozy dreams, strategy schemes, family laughter fills the scene.
Hold on tight when chaos comes, we still shine like the morning sun.
Come on in, don't be late. Good vibes here, we celebrate. Faith and fun in every way. That's the Canadian Mountie Way. Come on in, don't be late. Good vibes here, we celebrate. Faith and fun in every way. That's the Canadian Mountie Way. The Canadian Mountie Way. Mounties here, come join the ride. Faith and family side by side, cozy games and laughter too. There's a place here made for you. Come on in, don't be late. Good vibes here, we celebrate. Faith and fun in every way. That's the Canadian Mountie Way.
Cozy streams and strategy plans, guided always by God's hands. Kindness shining, joy runs deep. Chaos comes, the last days leave.
Come on in, don't be late. Good vibes here, we celebrate. Faith and fun in every way. That's the Canadian Mountie Way. Cozy dreams, strategy schemes, family laughter fills the scene.
Hold on tight when chaos comes, we still shine like the morning sun.
Come on in, don't be late. Good vibes here, we celebrate. Faith and fun in every way. That's the Canadian Mountie Way. Come on in, don't be late. Good vibes here, we celebrate. Faith and fun in every way. That's the Canadian Mountie Way. The Canadian Mountie Way.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. How are we doing tonight? Hello, Jax. It was wonderful catching your stream earlier. I was cracking up the whole time. It was so much fun. Jax was playing some Played Up with the fam, and it was so much fun to watch and hilarious. So welcome in. So good to see you. Zach is back, baby. How are you doing, Zach? Good to see you streaming tonight. Oh, no. It's just Kendra tonight. For some reason, I thought you might be streaming with her, but no, it'd be just Kendra tonight. So, well, welcome in, Bob. Welcome back, Bob. You all got some points to catch up on. Apparently, the trivia is not hard enough. I need to make the trivia harder. Rick was just going through and rocking trivia. What's your Redeemed asked Google Llama a question. What's your favorite book, Google Llama? Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, that is a very good question. I love that emote, Zach. The waving frog. Hello, hello. I have arrived. Yeah, what is your favorite book, Google Emma? That's kind of a tough one. That's kind of a big question. All right, I'll get you a beaver later. Won't be right now, but I'll get you a beaver later. Absolutely. Allie Jane and Kolath both here. I didn't see Kolath before. Sorry. Hello, Kolath. Good to see you. Hello, Ellie Jane. Always here as well. Thank you. Thank you. Assassin Phoenix. Good evening. How are you doing tonight? How is your evening going tonight, Assassin? Hey, Mountie. Meow. Meow. Jack, sorry the audio was so bad. Nah, it was fun. It was fun. I know, Colette did have some, we had the same issue with Google Llama, though, getting that feedback because she was in Discord and I do play my desktop. So it was kind of getting that double feedback from her. But then I learned about ducking, if you're interested. Isu actually is the one who sent me the link. But if you're interested, I can show you how. Yeah, so ducking is, it will lower another sound. Like you'll notice when I talk, everything, all other volume goes down. Speaking of Isu, there you go. So ducking is when you talk, everything else gets quieter, for example. We also have it set up for when someone talks in Discord, my desktop gets a lot quieter as well. So you don't get the double. Or like you'll notice if I'm playing games, like I talk and the game sound goes down and everything else. So, but yeah, it takes some, duplicated. Yep. So ducking really helped. You can watch some videos. I know Isu sent me a link, so really good. Yeah, might help. But if you're not interested, totally fine. But that's what helped me. I took some because I didn't even know ducking existed. I thought Isu was joking when he mentioned ducking, but he was not, and it's very helpful. All right. Welcome in, everyone. Yep. Assassin Phoenix, I'll give you a beaver. Just remind me when we get to Timberborn. I'll give you a beaver when we get there. We'll be playing we're gonna do some Bible reading and then some Timberborn. We're gonna go through John 2, and then Timberborn time. We should be finishing up our mega power structure today. Or what's mega power structure for me? Maybe not as big as others. What exactly does that redeem entail? So Assassin, what that does is the game is called Timberborn. It's a beaver colony survival. And I will name one of the beavers after you. So just remind me, we'll give you one of the beavers and we'll track your life. Make sure you work hard, whip you into shape, or else I'll send you off into the desert. No, I'm just kidding. I don't do that. That would be other people. I never send my beavers into the desert. Ellie is gonna lurk. Sounds good, Ellie. Thank you. Thank you. Huh? That's what I did. Isu. Yep. Yeah. Isu. Tell Jex all about ducking. There you go. Now it's not on me. It's on Isu. How do you like that? That's how I like to delegate. I'm gonna call it delegating. I'm exhausted. I'm sorry. That's tough. Hopefully you get some good sleep tonight, Assassin, and wake up fully recovered. Because yeah, being tired is never fun. I joined and you say Isu. That's right. I called. You answered apparently. Yeah. Even the sound from the game got duplicated. Yep. Yeah. OBS can have that happen. You just gotta, I don't know, mess around with it. Like I use Google Llama as my test subject. I'm like, hey, can you hear this? All right. Do you hear it twice? Do you hear it 3 times? Like what's going on? Another stream. That's right. 2 streams. We do 2 streams on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I may be going down, so I gotta stop it. Oh no, I'm not. I knew I wasn't because people were responding. I still looked. Tomorrow I've got a meeting with my boss. Once again, we have longer times in between cohorts. My next cohort should be starting in November, but she wanted to meet up, so we'll see. We'll see what that is. So that might change up my schedule for this month or next month. They might be like, hey, we need you to start teaching on Monday. I'm like, okay. So we'll see what that talks. Or they might be like, hey, you don't have a job anymore. That might be that conversation. So who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? How exciting is that? Who doesn't love it? A nice, I mean, it's called Catching Up. It was the title of the email. So we'll see what catching up is. Catching up, hey, just wanted to catch you up. You don't work here anymore. Or is it, hey, just wanted to catch up. We're going to be starting in November like we planned. Or it could be, hey, just wanted to catch up. I don't know, something else. We'll see. But yeah, So right now I'm running 2 streams on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I stream Sunday through Thursday. I'm taking Fridays and Saturdays off. Usually that's when I do stream enhancements like Discord and adding bots and adding commands and all that stuff. So, yep. Oh, there you go. Isu posted the links for you. Nice. Now Isu's out of the doghouse. It's all for you, Jax. All right, bet it all, Rick. You can do it now. 2 videos to help with the audio and OBS. Yeah, there's some good stuff there. I might have to add some. I don't know if it's considered ducking or what it is, so I don't max out. I realize I max out a lot on my mic. Apparently, it doesn't like my beaver. The beaver wasn't working. Yeah, Pop, you were injured the entire time. Maybe next time you work, safer. I posted the video link to your chat. Abusive mod power. That's right. My mods are all so abusive. I read one story about the U.S. Marine Corps, and now I'm getting ads for them. That's right, Assassin. They know. One article, that's all it takes. Yes, I'm still muted. Also, be careful of unmuting your dashboard if you capture system audio. It can cause echoing. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things. So I have my desktop audio usually turned on. Right now it's turned off during Bible readings, just so it doesn't get distracting. But, yeah, that kind of stuff. So and then I'll turn it on and you'll hear desktop stuff. I just have to remember to turn it back on. I will lurk, don't get me wrong, but I don't care about the Bible part. Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine. I just think it's good for me to get into the right mindset, and I think the community it's good. I think it's good. That's a limiter. That's what it is, a limiter. I mean, how about you give me things to be happy about? Go. Wait, how about you? Give me things. Are you talking about in the game or in real life, Bob? How about you give me things to be happy about? Go. Health. Food. In game. In game. Wait, 1 second. Microwave check. So that started, Assassin. That started because that's my space heater, but someone thought that was a microwave and I was eating food on stream. It's just my space heater, but now whenever they do that, I have to play I have to turn the space heater on and off. Yeah, in the game. I mean, the fact that I let you, be a part of the colony and eat and sleep outside under the stars, but sleep nonetheless. And you get to, have a variety of food. You can have corn, eggplant. Hello, Vid. We're gonna be finishing up the water wheels today. Tomorrow I'm planning on watching how you kind of completed this one. Are you finished with this map, Vid? No, you won't be able to hear the sound alerts right now. You shouldn't be able to hear the sound alerts. During the Bible reading, I turned the sound alerts off so that, while we're doing the Bible study. They'll come back on after. So you can redeem these things if you'd like, but you won't hear the sound alerts until we get into the game. Yeah, you're done with the map? Okay, so I'll have to watch a previous VOD. Did you post them on YouTube? I know you have a YouTube that you post them to. I'll forget to unmute it. Yep, you're right. Isu's not wrong. I'll forget. And then we'll go about 3 hours into the stream until someone finally tells me, hey, I can't hear the game sound. And I'm like, oh my goodness, the whole time. I was working the final wonder and the power went out. No! Oh no, Vid! Oh, that feels so bad. Oh, that feels so bad when that happens. Oh, I would get so sad. So sad. Oh. Oh no. It doesn't autosave, does it? I don't think it autosaves during. I always save at the end just to be safe. So I'm not picking it up. Yeah, I don't blame you. Zach, awkward potato. Awkward potato. Oh, it's so good to see you all, though. Thanks for stopping in. I always appreciate it. I love this community. We have an amazing group here. Thank you for being so cool. You have to watch my stream on Twitch, VOD, or Rumble. Okay, sounds good. Autosave can be set to whatever you want. Oh, can it? I don't know. I just auto. Yeah, just go and hope for the best. Hope the power doesn't go out. Oh, Jay, I just realized you were talking to me. Zach, yes, I do talk to you a lot. That's funny. Yes, Zach. I'm talking to you, Zach. We going over Second John's? That's right, Second John's. 2 toilets. Second John's. Actually, we're going over John the Second, because there is a Second John. There's there's John, then there's First John, Second John, and Third John. So we're going over John 2, not 2 John 2, or 1 John 1, or 3 John 3. Just regular John 2. I'm in the wrong browser. It's Kender. Oh, Kender. That makes more sense. Hello, Kender. You should be streaming soon, aren't you? About 15 minutes or so. Second book of John? No. So this is, I don't know if this is John's first book. Actually, I got to look up the history of John's. Actually, I don't know the history of these. How they came up with John, 1 John, 2 John, and 3 John. But John chapter 2, yes. Some disguise you have there, I know. Sneaking in as Zach. Sneaky. This is, should we call it regular John? Regular John chapter 2. Because there's also 1 John, 2 John, 3 John. Different Johns? Yeah. That makes more sense. I'll be honest, actually, I've been going through the Bible, but a lot of times I don't even think of like, oh, who wrote this? It's actually pretty interesting to read about like who wrote it and what their history is. Gospel of John. There you go. Yeah, you're right, Kender. But I got Zach 25 points right. There's like 5 Marys. Oh my goodness, I know. Well, and there's actually one of my favorite ones I read pretty recently was there's Judas, and it's like Judas, not Iscariot. Like, hey, I'm a totally different Judas over here, okay? I'm not that Judas. I'm the good Judas, right? So when they get repeats of names, it's always funny. Yeah. I should probably start doing more like history. There's some really interesting history. Oh, Kender's here, everyone. Everyone say hi to Kender. Look who's arrived. I've been a couple bit away from the scripture. Last time was 3rd grade. Yeah. Hey, I mean, yeah. I'd recommend getting back into it, Vid, but that's up to you. So John wrote a book he is in and described himself as John the Beloved. I know. Actually, I was thinking that earlier. That's hilarious, Jax. But, that's how I describe, myself. Canadian the Beloved, Canadian Mountie. Loved by all, That's how I imagine you all see me, right? It's pretty much the same. Just kidding. I'm just messing around. I mean, it's scripture, so it's not wrong. It's not wrong. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be blasphemous here. I'm just messing around. But yes, you are correct. But loved by all? What? Just kidding. I'm just messing around, man. There's so many little quips in the Bible. Yeah, there are. So true. No, not loved by all. Loved by God. Actually, that's the only one that matters, though. That's the only one that matters. No, I know. I was just kidding. I'm just messing around, though. Oh, man. Good times. I'm excited. about tonight. I appreciate y'all. Oh, you misread the intonation. Hold on, I know that word. Intonation. Insinuation. Intonation. Loved by all what? Oh, loved by all what? By all people, Vid. Everyone loves me. Oh man, people describing the Bible as like a fairy tale, like it's so bloody. It is. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff that happens in the Bible. I was talking to someone about this the other day, where it's like, yeah, there's some crazy things. We were actually talking about it today. I was talking about it with Gone, and he said something that really stuck with me, which was, we were talking about the inerrancy of the Bible. And what that means is that the Bible is flawless. And that doesn't mean like typo flawless, because it's been copied many times, but the foundational beliefs and the concepts are flawless, right? They're inerrant, meaning they have no errors, right? So he brought up a really good point, which was that's terrifying, because there have been many things that have claimed to be inerrant that have led to bad things, right? Like many cults, many religions, many leaders have claimed that, hey, this is inerrant, this is perfect, and they were very wrong, and it led to things like, wars and mass problems. We'll just say it that way, in a kind manner. So yeah, saying that the Bible's inerrant is one that's probably a little terrifying to hear, because you go, well, what does the Bible say and all that? But it's true. There are also different versions. Yep. Love a tent peg. Getting killed by a tent peg. Yeah. Classic tent peg. Wait, what? Was it a woman who killed him with a tent peg? It was one of the kings. Died by a tent peg. Yeah. Yeah. Who doesn't want to, who wants to die that way by a tent peg? Yeah, it was a woman. Classic. She killed a king with a tent peg. Freddy don't have nothing on the second half of Genesis. I'm not sure what that means. I'm guessing that's from that show that you mentioned. There are also different versions. Have you read the Ethiopian? I have not read the Ethiopian Bible. Is it? I'm not sure what the Ethiopian Bible is. Ethiopian Bible. Contains more books than other Bibles, including the Protestant or Catholic Bibles. Yeah, I'd be careful. I'd have to read it though. See what it says. I don't know. I don't know much about the Ethiopian Bible. Like, I know the Catholic Bible has more books than the Protestant Bible, so. Because Israel wasn't obeying. Yep. He snuck into her tent and then hired to get her to take care of him. Oh, tried to have her take care of him. I'm a lover of KJV. Yeah, KJV is actually a really good version. I'm actually not against KJV. I really like it. But I grew up on it and I'm very comfortable with Shakespearean language. Yeah, English, yeah. KJ also has some issues. King James Version? Really? I haven't heard that too much. I think King James is pretty good from what I've been told. What I've read of it, I've never had problems. It's just more of just trying to understand. It takes a lot more to understand the King James Version because it's more like Old English. It's not it's not errant. Like, there's no problems with whatever I've read in King James. I've never had any problems with that. But usually it's like, okay, I got to really concentrate on what I'm reading here. I found other versions just tend to make it easier. Like, I did a lot of NIV. I thought the NIV was pretty good. We're using the NASB 1995 in my church, so we've been using that, and I think that one's pretty good. But I've never really had any problems with any of the versions I've read. I've heard there's like some versions that are like more dumbed down, but not dumbed down. Sorry, there's like I can't remember what that was called. There's some other versions, but I've never really read most of them. I think most of the Bibles that I've heard of stick to the same foundational concepts. So I don't worship it. Some people swear it's the inerrant Bible. It's a translation of it, right? They're all translations of the Bible. And the idea here is that the Bible is inerrant in its concepts, not like mistypes or anything like that, like typos. We finally found an issue with one version of ESV, but that's one of the best. ESV? Yeah, I've heard people read ESV. I don't know. Once again, I've never really found issues. NIV is like, oi, try something else, please. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't minded. Most of it is understanding the concepts, right? And the foundational beliefs are still there. So I actually don't mind most versions. And like, sometimes when they use certain wording, you have to be careful, right? In how you interpret that wording. So I think it is good if you read something to really investigate what it's talking about and what it means, right? So whether you're reading NIV, ESV, like, you hear about all these different versions, right? A faithful version, amplified. Like, when you read something, it's important to go, what are they saying here? And if you need to, use other translations to get that, right? And if you want to, if you're more into like the history of words or something like that, you can go back to the Greek or the Hebrew, right? And see what the original text was saying and how that got interpreted. But a lot of it is just trying to share the Bible with others, right? So that they can read it and understand it. And the more you read it, the more you understand it, even especially as you get into new versions, you kind of understand, okay, this is what it's saying. Yep, he used it as a way to control the masses and also cut some stuff out and did some creative editing. Oh, are you saying, yeah, no, yeah, you have to be careful. Oh, King James, though, has some issues. Are you saying the king himself? Yeah, you do have to understand what you're reading and analyze it, right? And say, okay, what is it saying here? Because you can read something and be like, wow, that sounds terrible, until you go, okay, hold on, let's see what it's actually saying. And also there's the read it and also compare it to other parts of the Bible. Like if you ever go through Matthew, Mark, and Luke and John, they're all the story of Jesus, right? So if you read something in Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, you can compare it to the other, books and say, how does this line up? What's happening here, right? But most of the time, I've never really ever read anything that was like, that doesn't line up, right? Like I've at first it does, but then if you really investigate it, you go, actually, that does make sense. And there's some crazy stuff in the Bible, but that crazy stuff is true and did happen, and also is the word of God. So I don't want to say crazy as in bad, just crazy, like mind blowing, like someone getting a king getting killed by a tent peg. So the 1611 KJV, yes, was a double translation. Okay. My favorite story is when Moses came down from the mountain with the 3 tablets. I don't know. I haven't heard that one. Got agitated by the peeps saying worship to the cow, and he threw down and shared the 3rd tablet. The Lord sentenced him to 40 years of hard desert wandering. That's one way to describe it. That's funny. That is funny. Oh, that's too funny. Let's go! Elemental Silver in the house. Welcome in. How are you doing? So good to see you. Hey, Rick, welcome back. Good to see you. Spamming chat. Probably American. Let me get you a shout out. How are you doing, Elemental? How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? How was Silksong? I hope you're having a good night. We're kind of just kicking off. We're starting off with some chat, and then we'll get into some Bible reading, and then we're going to jump into some Timberboard. But how have you been? What have you been up to? But I forget the year. 1724 KJV is newer and actually better translation. The copyright issues is why I use it, though. Oh. So yes, that is a story, but there were only 2. God made Moses carve him the 2nd time, right? Yeah, I think there's only 2, so that's funny. But I think that's hilarious how you kind of worded it. Hey, thank you for the $50 to charity. Oh my goodness. Thank you. That's so amazing. Wow. Awesome. That's so amazing. Thank you for that. So we have a little fun thing here, where we have what's called a chaos stream at the end of the month. And during the chaos stream, as our way of saying thank you, for every sub, every 200 bits, and every $2 donated, you'll get a spin of the chaos wheel. So you just earned 25 spins of the chaos wheel. Huge shout out to Elemental Silver. Thank you so much. Stream was great. Thanks for asking. How have you been? I've been fantastic. Very blessed over here. Life is good, and thank you so much for the $50 dono. That's huge. Everyone, I want you to spam chat with your favorite shout out emotes, your exciting, awesome emotes. I'm going to go and use this one. This is one of my favorites for Elemental Silver. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Nice. I'll have to rate and run, but feel free to hand my spins over to Rick or whoever wants them. If you want to. All right. Sounds good. I appreciate it. So Rick, you want those 25 spins? Thank you again. I can take them. Sounds good. Well, thank you again for the $50 dono to St. Jude's. I think it's a great cause. Great meeting you. I'm excited to catch your next stream. Watch you play some of that Silksong. By the way, that game, I watch others play it, and I love it. I love watching them play it, but I would get so frustrated. It's just like the same boss fight over and over and over again, and I'd be like, ah! So I can't do it. I love watching him, but I can't play him. So go give Elemental Silver a follow. Send them some love. Send them a follow, and if you see them online, check them out. All right, excellent. Love it when it works out. Oh, the suffering is half the fun. Right? Yes. That's what I was thinking. Fun is what I was thinking. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I love watching other people play it. I want to make you play SS, Silksong. Oh, you have a new map for me yet? Yeah, Kender. Although, actually, hold on. I know Chris posted a map in Kender's channel. So I might be playing that one next. I will spin that wheel, pick a game, and choose Silk Song. There you go. It's on the Mega Wheel. You get to pick a game that I don't own. Up to, I can't remember the dollar amount. All right. Awesome. Well, thank you again. I appreciate it. I do, but can make a new one tonight. There you go. Exciting stuff. All right. Let's go and jump into prayer. I think it's always good to open with some prayer. Get us in the right mindset. We'll read through John 2, and then we'll jump into some Timberborn. I think there's a lot of good information here. All right. Dear God, thank you so much for everything you've done for us. Thanks for allowing us to gather together, have a good time, to meet up without fear of rejection or fear of getting in trouble for talking about God and your word. Thank you for such an amazing community, and help us focus on you tonight, not me. Help give me the words to say that are your words, and help us read through this wonderful chapter and learn more about you and come closer to you. All right, we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. So we're just going to read through chapter 2, and then feel free in chat if you want to. You can, put down any notes or any comments that you want while we're doing it. I'm going to finish reading the chapter, and then I'll go through what anyone left as comments. All right. So like I said, if we read something you're like, ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, feel free to post on it. Or if you have a question about something, feel free to ask your questions. I'll address all questions or comments after we're done. All right. John chapter 2, Jesus's first miracle. Let's go. All right. On the third day, there was a wedding in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there, and both Jesus and his disciples were invited to the wedding. When the wine ran out, the mother of Jesus said to him, "They have no wine." And Jesus said to her, "Woman, what does this have to do with us? My hour has not yet come." His mother said to the servants, "Whatever he says to you, do it." Now there were 6 stone water pots set there for the Jewish custom of purification, containing 20 or 30 gallons each. Jesus said to them, "Fill the water pots with water." So they filled them up to the brim. And he said to them, "Draw some out now and take it to the head waiter." So they took it to him. When the head waiter tasted the water, which had become wine, and did not know where it came from, but the servants who had drawn the water knew, the head waiter called the bridegroom and said to him, "Every man serves the good wine first, and when the people have drunk freely, then he serves the poorer wine. But you have kept the good wine until now." This beginning of his signs Jesus did in Cana of Galilee, and manifested his glory, and his disciples believed in him. After this, he went down to Capernaum, and he and his mother and his brothers and his disciples, and they stayed there a few days. All right, verse 13. The Passover of the Jews was near, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. And he found in the temple those who were selling oxen and sheep and doves, and the money changers seated at their tables. And he made a scourge of cords, and drove them all out of the temple with the sheep and the oxen. And he poured out the coins of the money changers, and overturned their tables. And to those who were selling the doves he said, "Take these things away. Stop making my Father's house a place of business." His disciples remembered that it was written, "Zeal for your house will consume me." The Jews then said to him, What sign do you show us as your authority for doing these things?" Jesus answered them, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up." The Jews then said, "It took 46 years to build this temple, and you will raise it up in 3 days?" But he was speaking of the temple of his body. So when he was raised from the dead, his disciples remembered that he said this, and they believed the scripture and the word which Jesus had spoken. Now, when he was in Jerusalem at the Passover during the feast, many believed in his name, observing his signs which he was doing. But Jesus, on his part, was not entrusting himself to them, for he knew all men. And because he did not need anyone to testify concerning man, for he himself knew what was in man. So, I think there's quite a bit going on in chapter 2, which is pretty awesome. There's 2 really big events here. First big one is Jesus' first miracle, which is turning the water into wine, right? And I will be honest, when I first read this story, I had a ton of questions, right? Um, things like, is wine okay? Was one of them. There was also the how he talked to his mother was shocked me at first. I was like, you know, what does that have to do with us? My hour has not yet come. And like, what do you mean? What is that talking about? So I think there's a lot of stuff going on in the first part. And then the second part is probably one of the most talked about, I would say, or one of the most talked about things that happens, where Jesus goes through the temple and flips tables, right? Flips tables, runs off oxen and sheep and doves and the money changers. And he's very upset, right? Where we see Jesus being angry. So 2 major events. All right. I have some notes on the side that I kind of like to go over, but if you have any questions or comments along the way, let me know. All right. All right. So John chapter 2 primarily describes Jesus performing his first miracle, turning water into wine at a wedding in Cana, which revealed his glory and marked the start of his public ministry. The chapter also features Jesus' zealous cleansing of the temple, driving out money changers to restore its sanctity, and his cryptic prediction of his own resurrection to his challengers. So, there are a couple parts I want to hit on, but I do want to go in order. So, the first one, as Jack says, this is his first miracle, the wedding at Cana, right? The miracle. Jesus attended a wedding with his mother and disciples when the wine ran out. In response to a request from his mother, Jesus miraculously turned water stored in large purification jars into high quality wine, right? So he is definitely helping out here, the customary practice, right? It is practice to have wine for your guests. And according to the servant, right? Or sorry, that waiter, what was the title? Because the servants brought it to the head waiter. It was head waiter. I was going to say that, but it didn't sound right. So the head waiter says, hey, usually when people are still sane, right? When they still have all their, thoughts with them, you give them the good wine and then they start kind of not realizing it and you start giving out the bad wine after. Instead, it went the other way, right? The wine that Jesus converted to was higher quality than even the wine that they had before. Yeah, so I think that's really important to know. Jack says a note on the high quality wine can mean fresh squeezed, so not fermented. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. This would spoil super quickly, so are not used to last in a several day wedding. Oh, that does make sense. So usually they would use it first. That's very interesting. I would say there's a lot of symbolic meaning here. And on the notes it says, this event is considered the first of Jesus' signs, showcasing his divine power. The transformation of water into wine is seen as a symbol of his role as Messiah and the arrival of the Messianic age, which I think is very important to note. We talked about earlier today, Jesus being God, right? And not just a good guy and not just a prophet, but also God himself. And that is very important. And that's where, these miracles also back that up. I think there's a lot of significance in this one. It bolstered the faith of his disciples and demonstrated his glory and abundance, setting the stage for his public ministry, right? This is really where the public ministry of Jesus starts. And I think with this, I think there is a few parts here that he does say this a lot. And it's one of the most common sayings that you'll hear over and over again. But he says, it is not my time. My hour has not yet come. I think this is really important to note that Jesus is saying that he's not here to announce that he is God. And you might say, well, why doesn't he want to do that? And I would say that the Father said it is not time yet. There are many times that Jesus says it is not time yet, which means that I think for me, patience is a tough thing. When I'm told something, I want to handle it right away, right? If they said, hey, I need you to go save the world, you're like, all right, let's get on it right away. But God does not always call us to do things right away. In fact, many times he calls us to be patient, right? To be patient and wait. And, to wait. I want to say to be patient and listen to what he has. I've found that many times when I'm like, hey, like I'm between jobs, right? And I'm like, I just want the job search to be over. I want to get a job. I want to, be back to secure, right? And God might say, it's not time yet. And you'll find out later, hey, it's not time because there was something else that was in the works, right? And we had, this other thing was waiting to happen. Okay, there's a new post that wouldn't have happened, and you would have been working at this terrible company when this other company is much better. One thing I question is there's a Christian company that I wanted to work at, and I said, wow, that's great. I'll be able to do software engineering. I'll be able to work at a Christian company. Like what's better than that? And I will say, I was questioning, like, God, why did that fall through? Right? Like, that would be perfect. And the truth is, over these past few months, I've had a chance to take a break, take a step back, spend time with my family, and focus on what's important. And that's so much better than if I had gotten a secure job that paid good money and, hadn't taken a break, hadn't focused on family, and I would still be in a bad situation. Maybe more financially secure, but not where I should be. And I think that's so important that we listen to God. And when he says it's not time, we say, it's not our time yet. We'll wait. Stick to the plan. The Lord has a plan. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that one, Vid. Stick to the plan. And it may not be what we want, right? A lot of times I think as humans, we go, well, I want to be financially secure and I want to, be financially secure now. I want to retire now. I want this. And God says, well, that's not what you're called to do. And I will say I've learned so much more. I would say I've learned so much more during my hard times than I have during my good times. During my hard times is when I feel like I've learned what's important in life, where I've learned how to deal with my struggles, how to overcome those struggles, and how to rely on God. And that's good. That's good. I don't think all struggles are bad. A lot of times we see struggling or challenges or hard times as bad. And I'll say, I don't think that's true. I don't. I would say that there are good times and there are hard times, but I think we learn a lot from those hard times. All right. Verse 13 through 22, the first Passover, when he talks about the cleansing of the temple. I think there's a few notes here. Hard times teach you just how much you don't actually need. Yeah, Vid, you're absolutely right. And I think it's also teaching you how much you can trust God, right? When losing a job or getting cutbacks or, things like that is very demoralizing. But Vid, you're absolutely right. During this time, I've learned so much more of how much I don't need all the things. I used to go out for coffee every day, go to Dutch Bros in Arizona. Here it was Clutch or it was Seven Brew, and I would go every day. And you know what? I haven't gone in a long time. Google Llama did pick up one the other day during the 24-hour stream, but before that, I can't even tell you when the last time I went was. And truth is, I don't need to go out every day for coffee. We can make it at home, and it's fine. I learned actually how to make more coffee, and I will say I've done more cooking with Google Llama, and we have a lot better time cooking than we do going out. Going out is a special occasion, and it's fun. But to be honest, I have more fun cooking with Google Llama. We joke around. I joke about not knowing how to measure stuff. Sometimes I actually don't know how to measure stuff. But nonetheless, we have a good time. We make some good food, and it brings us closer. Better than going out to fast food or going out to sit-down restaurants. We probably get closer when we're cooking together. Whether the food comes out good or not doesn't make a difference. So, yeah. I mean, I've learned cutbacks, honestly, most of the time, cutbacks are healthy rather than, it's nice. It's convenient to go out to eat, to, just throw money at problems. But hard work, honestly, a lot of times, those are what bring you together. Things like gardening, right? We started gardening together brings us a lot closer together. Now, Google Llama does a lot of the gardening. I need to step that up. But honestly, when we're out there and we're like planting seeds together or, doing stuff like that. Those are the moments that matter. Good statement I've heard. God doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies the called. Ooh, that's a good one, Jax. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Moses went through like 5 reasons he couldn't be the man for the job. Oh yeah, Moses is a perfect example. And I mean, what I mean by perfect example is because Moses is a terrible, terrible person to use if you want to lead a nation. He had a speech impediment in some way. That was stated in the Bible. We're not sure if stutter, maybe, confidence, whatever it is. But he murdered someone. He ran away from responsibilities. Like, there's so much that's wrong with Moses. Yet he was the one to call the Hebrews out of Egypt. You're like, that's not my first pick, right? Let's look at the flaw list. Ugh, lots of flaws. Let's find someone who's better, right? Who can we get a charismatic leader? Nope. We're going to use Moses. God used Moses of all the people, which is crazy. Watching a stream almost cooking was the best. Yeah, was the best stream ever, right? But it brings us all together. Where before, I probably wouldn't have done very many cooking streams or stuff like that because, I don't know, we go out to eat and stuff. So it's very interesting. I miss having the health to cook more. I got to the point I was making a loaf of bread 3 times a week. Wow, nice. That's awesome. Hello, Visually. How are you doing? Are you still streaming? I was lurking on the side. How did your Bible study go? I was only able to lurk tonight, so I'm sorry I couldn't stop in and talk. I jumped on late, so I usually like to lurk in some streams to at least support them, but wish I could do better. He was old. He was a murderer, wanted criminal. Yep. Yeah, Jax, he was not my first choice for go get him. Was raised by non-Christians, a non-Hebrew family in standards. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Are you using AI to answer all these? Yeah, you got a lot right. I don't know. I already ended stream. Oh, you did end. Okay. Bible study was great. Good to hear. Sorry, I'm catching up in chat. There's a lot going on. I think I'm going to turn off the trivia during Bible time. So give me one moment. Sorry, it just kind of the games kind of get clogged up in here. So let me just go ahead and turn it off real quick. Sorry, it just kind of clogs up chat and distracts a little bit. So yeah, sorry. I'm gonna go and turn them off. Sorry. We'll turn them back on afterwards. All right. I'm not sure I would use it for religious stuff. Oh no, sorry. He was I think he was referring to Rick. But no. There's a lot going on. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. I need to turn them off. So yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Sure you will. Just remind me. We'll turn them back on. Yeah, like I turned off the desktop audio because then you don't hear all the blurps and stuff. Yeah. So, anyways, with that is, yeah, I think there's a lot of good stuff here. Let's go and keep going through the second part, the cleansing of the temple. Jesus' zeal. During a Passover festival, Jesus found the temple courts filled with merchants and money changers, right? So he goes in and the temple is not acting as the temple should be. And I think, I honestly believe, because one of my questions was, why didn't they arrest him during this time, right? Because when we look at what he did, with righteous indignation, Jesus drove them out, overturned their tables, and declared, "Stop turning my Father's house into a marketplace." And I think they knew that what they were doing was wrong. I think, and now once again, this is not in the Bible, so please note what I'm about to say is not fully there. There's a couple things. One is maybe it just what God said, it is not time for you to be arrested. Okay? And if God says it's not time, that's what happens. We'll see that a lot. When God's plan does not get thrown off. If it's not time for Jesus to be arrested, he won't be arrested. Okay? And we see Jesus follow the commands of God. So that could be one. Another one, it could be they knew what they were doing was wrong, so arresting someone for stopping something that's wrong might not look good. And that's what I think may have been happening here. And I will say, when we look at Jesus's anger here, I don't know how long it takes to make a scourge of cords, but it does take some time. He didn't just go, I will say he didn't just go and start yelling and flipping tables right away. He does something first. Now, this once again might be me looking too much into it. So I don't want you to take this as like biblical sound stuff. But what I do think is that he had to sit there and make a scourge of chords, right? Which takes some time. So he's not just reacting right away. He's actually taking time to think about what he's about to do. And then he goes and drives them all out of the temple, the sheep and the oxen. The other thing to note here, he doesn't actually do any damage. He does drive the ox, the sheep, the doves all out, right? Drove them all out of the temple with the sheep and the oxen. He poured out the coins. There's no real damage there. You can pick those up. And overturned their tables. Nothing, like there's no breaking. And to those who were selling the doves, he said, take these things away. He didn't release the doves. So there is no loss here. He does chase them. Yeah, with a whip. Yeah, with a whip. A scourge of cords is a whip. But he had to make the whip. But there is no damage, no permanent damage here. He drove them all out of the temple, but there is no permanent damage. Is one thing I think that's very important. So he's not destroying stuff, but he is cleansing the temple. And I don't know if there's significance to that or not. It's something that we talked about at our church, and I thought it was very interesting. So that is where I've thought about it a lot in that one. But he didn't damage anything, and he did cleanse the temple and said, this is not right. And he did it right. And what was not right here, you may be asking, like, what is going on, is that where they were at in the temple, they were not supposed to have these things. It was not supposed to be this way. And that's very important to note. It's probably in the temple bylaw, so they didn't raise a ruckus because he was in the right. Exactly. That's what I believe as well, then. So the Chosen answered that question for me. There is a time they actually try to, but it's written, he calmly walks through the crowd and says, not my time, and they could not do anything about it. Yes, that will come up shortly, but not right here. Yeah, so this part, so my question was right here, why didn't they arrest him, right? If someone came into church, or at least kick him out or something, but if someone came into church and just started like flipping tables and, pews and stuff, or whatever, whatever's there, and started throwing Bibles around, you'd be like, hey, get out. Like, you can't do that here. But instead, they don't kick him out right away. In fact, they go, and this is very interesting. They don't kick him out. Instead, they say, what sign do you show us that show us as your authority for doing these things? So they're not even saying that, hey, what you're doing is wrong. No. They go, wait a second. What authority do you have? Which is really funny to me. Because I would say, like, you're in the wrong when you go, wait a second, you can't tell me what to do. And you're like, yeah, you can. You're not right, So I think that's very interesting. These, once again, are kind of just reading into what happened here. But I think it's very important. Like, the Jews didn't try to arrest him here. They will later as well. But I just think it's very interesting here. They don't. And it might be because they know they're in the wrong. Once again, it's also not his time, so that also goes with that. But yeah, I do think they started plotting very hard at this point to catch him. Yeah, they do. I think that's where they start plotting. I mean, it doesn't mention anything in this one. I think the next chapter they do talk about the plotting and stuff. But with that is here, there's not much. I don't think he's in the wrong, and they know that. I think they also feared the crowd would turn on them violently. Right, but the only reason they would turn violently on them is because the crowd also, in my opinion, once again, sorry, I'm kind of going with you. I agree with you, Jax. I think they would think that the crowd would turn violently on them because he's right. The crowd wouldn't turn on them if Jesus was wrong and they arrested him. Right? Someone does something wrong, you go, hey, arrest that man. But if the guy does something right, you'd be like, oh, that's not right. We shouldn't arrest that guy. That's not very fair, and they would be very angry. So I agree with you. Yeah. A scourge of cords, as I have been told, he had verbal discourse. A scourge of cords. Well, he makes a scourge. So he made a scourge of cords. Oh, is it verbal? Oh no, he chased people with a whip. Yeah, I believe he did. He did, and drove them out. Now, yeah, those who were selling oxen and sheep and doves and the money changers is who I think them is referring to. So yeah, he chased them out with a whip, right, or a scourge of cords. If you look up a scourge of cords, it's a whip, just many different cords in a whip. Not like a super long one usually, probably a shorter, just a bunch of cords wrapped and then tied at the bottom where you can just chase them up. But yeah, scourge of cords, as I've been told, in a verbal. So he talked to them, then scolded them, and they blew his top. Interesting. I think a scourge of cords, because I had to look up what this was. I was like, I've never heard of that before. If you look it up, it does reference a whip. So or a whip, yeah, a whip type. So I believe, now that's an interesting idea, but he does yell at them as well, right? He definitely says, take these things away, stop making my father's house a place of business. So right here, he's definitely also adding on top of that, scolding them. And I think they know what they were doing was wrong, but they had gotten away with it so long. And I think this actually happens a lot. It happens in churches I've seen, but it happens in our lives as well, where things start leaking in and eventually they take over. Where it probably didn't start off with one day. Like, it wasn't probably the first time this had ever happened, is my guess. Right? This has probably been happening over time, year by year. Things started moving in, right? The money changers started moving in. Then maybe they started out selling oxen, some sheep, and maybe some doves, and they started moving in, and it slowly crept in, is my guess. Now, I could be wrong. Once again, this is just kind of talking about, but I think that does happen in our lives, where we allow something small, something that we think would be small and sinful in, and it slowly starts taking over. And I've seen that a lot. That's where a lot of addictions come in. And I think that's very dangerous. And we do have to drive those out. And he doesn't just drive out certain people, right? He doesn't go, well, maybe the oxen and the sheep and the pigeons can stay, but we're just going to drive out the money changers. No, he drives out all the sinful people, or all the people in the wrong here. And I think that's really important to know. WJ, just remember, flipping tables and chasing people with a whip is biblical. In a sense, yes, Jax. Yes, but doing so in the right way. I think there is definitely a right way to do it, and you have to balance that. So nope, he made mass chaos. He did make chaos, but I'm not saying that he did it organized. He didn't go, all right, oxen to the right, sheep to the left. But I will say, I think he went through and thought about it before. There is a moment where he has to go make the scourge of cords, right? In verse 15, where he's making the scourge of cords, and he has to think about it. It's not just a reaction, based on what I'm reading here. It's not a see something and immediately react. In fact, I would say it's almost something like where he sees something, gets angry, goes and makes the scourge of cords, and I can kind of imagine him sitting there making it and thinking about what's about to happen. So I would say absolutely mass chaos, but I would say thought about. It's not just a reaction. Sally can only drop by, have prep for work. Totally understand visually. Have a wonderful night. Everyone go send visually some love. Give her a follow, and next time you see your stream, and stop in. Have an awesome and blessed stream. Yes, thank you so much. I don't think he literally used a whip. Interesting. I haven't heard that one. I'll have to look into it more. I'll have to look into it more. I mean, the drove them all out is where we're getting that he used the whip. I believe I've only ever been told that he used the whip to get people out. Now, did he use the whip on people or just the animals? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that more. I've always thought about it as him pretty much having a whip and guiding people, everything out, right? Everyone out. And I don't know. I don't know if maybe he literally used the whip on some of the animals and not the people. That's something that could have happened. It says he drove them all out. Either way, I guess it's very important to recognize what is here. I will say that I think he made a whip is definitely true, and he drove them out of the temple. And that's the very important focus here. He drove out everything that was wrong, and I would say sinful, out of the temple. And that's very important. That's what I think the big focus is. Whether the details here, I don't think make much of a difference. because you're right. Did he literally use the whip? Did he make the whip and just snap it? Whatever it is, we do know he made the whip and he drove them all out of the temple. So that's very important, I think, here. I absolutely do. I think if you kind of relate this to our lives, there's a lot of things that we allow that we shouldn't. And I think that's very important. I think that's very important that we don't. That we get rid of them and keep them out. Don't just kick them out and let them back in. I think that's very important. All right. They're like, wait, you have a badge? Show us. Right, exactly. Because he was basically some random dude at that point. Yeah, they probably didn't know much about him. So verse 215 can't be an allegorical scourge because it literally defines what it's made of. Yeah. Nope, that's true. Yeah, no, I would say it's scourge of cords. I would agree with you. Well, this incurred animosity, but at least they knew he was right. I think we all agree on that one, that Jesus was in the right here. What he was doing was in the right. This is John 2. Yeah, I thought this was right before the end, after he enters being called Hosanna. No. This is the very, very beginning. I may have my timings off. Yeah, this is literally his first miracle, then the temple. Part of the reason he drove people out is by money changing, means that they had taxes and fines and were making ridiculous money by credit on the sacrifices that were mandatory to the... Yeah, what they were doing was wrong. There's definitely... Jesus didn't go into a temple and be like, what you're doing is right. I'm just going to start flipping tables. No, I think everyone here knew what was going on was wrong. They were, the money changers were not acting properly. They were selling oxen and sheep and doves at probably exorbitant rates. It's definitely one of those things. So I agree with you. I think there's definitely ill-gotten gains here. Cat of Nine Tails is as close to a scourge of cords as we have. Now, Cat of Nine Tails, I think, is a little more detailed. Cat of Nine Tails, I think, usually has... Oh, no, maybe that is the same one. There's one that has, like, sharp glass and stuff at the end. But I think this was... I don't think this was a very... No, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. But I was looking at some pictures of Cat of Nine Tails. Yeah, I think it's just... But if you look at it, if you look at the whips, if you ever, like, Google Scourge of Cords... It takes time to make this. This is not something that I think you can just make in seconds. I really don't. I don't think it's something where you just grab some cords and go get it. Because you'll notice that a scourge of cords does have to be tied off, does have to do that. So, yeah, I don't think it's one with barbs. I agree with you. But notice it does take time to make. I don't think... And I think why that's important to say that it takes time to make is that Jesus knew what he was doing and that he had to think about it, right? It wasn't a reaction. I think a lot of times we see this as an immediate reaction, and sometimes we go, well, he just immediately got angry and just started going crazy. No, I think he thought about it. And it made him angry, and he thought about it. And he goes, and I can kind of see him there making this scourge of cords and, talking. I imagine even talking maybe to his disciples saying, hey, this is wrong. They can't be here doing this. And then he goes and he drives everyone out. He goes, this is so wrong. And he tells everyone, take these things away. Stop making my Father's house a place of business. That's very important. All right. Basically, to be saved, you need to spend $30,000 in modern money every year. I'm so sorry. Did I miss something? Oh, you were saying the money changers, right? Where it was becoming a monetary thing. Yeah, I agree. Where they were definitely in the wrong. Scourge of cords in one school of thought is a literal weapon, but as I was taught, it was not a physical weapon, but a war of words. Either way, that's interesting. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that one, Vid. I will. But yeah. Either way, whether it's physical or not, I don't know if it matters. As much as he still drives them out with it. The word cords translates to rushes or mostly used as rope. Yeah, it's an interesting one, Vid. I would have to look into it more. I would. I don't want to say one way or the other. Mountie, hello. As you know, it's me. It is me. Once again, your grace with my presence. You know, some people would pay to have me in their life. At least I think they would. Yeah, huh, Captain. Well, actually, maybe they would pay not to have me in their life. Either way, here I am. There you are. Hope you are doing well today. Hope everyone in chat is doing well today. I said a very long prayer today, and I included you, Llama, and the baby Mounties. Well, thank you for that, Captain. I was thinking about how happy I am around y'all. Well, thank you, Captain. We're happy to have you here as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, you can move animals easier with a whip. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I would say the scourge may be used on people. That's questionable. I imagine there wasn't any permanent damage done. I don't see Jesus like whipping someone to the ground and just beating them, right? I think the scourge of cords was used to drive them out. Right. So at least according to this, it sounds like that. Hello, Kyle. Good to have you here. Welcome. Sorry, I'm behind on chat, but I love talking about these. Well, I think it's important because it would set a precedent on the way to stop the wrongdoing. Yeah, I mean, how he did it, I don't think there was permanent damage based on these scriptures here or these verses. None of this seems permanent, right? Driving the oxen and sheep and out. Notice even the doves. He doesn't release the doves here. Instead, he says, and to those who are selling the doves, he said, "Take these things away. Stop making my father's house a place of business." So he does not release the doves. There is no loss for anyone here. Even the coin changers, the money changers, he overturns their tables, but there's no loss. No physical loss here. Word scourge refers to a typical Roman whip. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they used barbed one. Basically, there was racket going on. You were expected to sacrifice sheep, oxen, and doves. And the merchants were making coin off people's worship. Yeah. And money changer was not just tax collectors. They were convert coins to foreign lands to the common coin for a fee. Yep. Yeah. And it was a wrong practice. And I think that's the concept here, right? If we focus on what the verse is saying, it's that the temple, what was happening in the temple was wrong. Jesus comes in and cleanses the temple, right? That's the cleansing of the temple. He comes in and says, "Hey, what you're doing here is wrong," and he cleanses it out. He gets everyone out, drives away the people that weren't supposed to be there. Yeah. The problem was they were turned the faith into a business. Exactly. And I think I could see this happening. I think churches can deal with this a lot. Finances are a hard balance in Christianity. The weirdest thing about Christianity, not the weirdest, but one of the weirdest things is it does not call you to be rich, financially rich. In fact, there are more verses about calling it to be financially poor, right? Give away your possessions, which is very tough because I will say, at least as an American, we are taught socially, get rich or die trying, right? Like there's literally like rap songs about get rich or die trying, right? Or, you want the best of the best, you got to be rich. Go make that money. Work 80 hours a week to get that money. You got to provide, and in order to provide, you need to make tons of money. And I don't think it's wrong to have a job that makes good money. Please note, I am not saying that it's wrong to make good money. But the Bible does not call us to focus on money. That's the difference. What a lot of society calls us to do is to get rich and make it all about ourselves. The Bible has plenty of people who work jobs who are rich, but what they do with their money is what's important. And that's between them and God, not me. I'm not saying, hey, you need to give away all your money. I am not saying that. I am not saying that I have any right to tell you what to do with your money. I'm not. What I'm saying, though, is that's between you and God, and what God calls you to do is more important than the money. For me, I will say, I got into a point in my life where I put money before God. Hello, Hermione. I put money well before God. It was more important to me that I was making money and providing for my family than, and that they felt secure and we could, go out to eat anytime we wanted. We could do anything we wanted to do. I wasn't like super rich, but I was definitely more comfortable. I was like, hey, I'm good. I'm making plenty of money for where I'm at in my life. And I don't think it's bad to make money, but my mentality was very wrong. I put money before God. I would, and giving away percentage tithing is very important. But Hermione, I would say even then I did tithe, but my heart was still not in the right place. I would say be very careful. Money is very tough. I don't think he had a problem with the making money. He had a problem with him making the money inside the house. There is that too. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem to make money. Now doing so in an ethical way. So there's also the question of how you're doing it makes things. Turning faith into a business, right, is not an ethical way to make money. Actually, as we were talking about this earlier, so we had to apply to get new insurance. Helene came through, and we got flooded, and our electricity got knocked out. So we had to file 2 claims that year for house insurance for flooding. The first one, we didn't have a sump pump, so we bought a sump pump. The second one, Helene knocked out our power, so the sump pump didn't turn on, so we had a second flood. So our insurance cut us off, right? They said, hey, we're not gonna do that. So we have to go find new insurance. Fair enough, I guess. That's fine. That's how it goes. So we're going to get new insurance. And one of the insurance policies that we filled out, we have a trampoline. And it says, do you have a trampoline without a net or a fence? And we said, no, our trampoline has a net. It's okay. They came out and took pictures, and they said, hey, we can't have you on this insurance because you have a trampoline. We said, so we have to call them and say, hey, the form we filled out says a trampoline without a net. But my parents own the property across the driveway. We could move the trampoline over to their property, claim again and say we don't have a trampoline. They come and take pictures and then move the trampoline back to our property. But that wouldn't be ethical, would it? That wouldn't be right. And that's very important to note. Would it be beneficial for us? Yeah. Then we don't have to pay. Like, would they know that we moved the trampoline back? Nope. Because after they come and take pictures and say, nope, they don't have a trampoline, that's the neighbors, then we could just move it back. But that's not ethical. So when whatever you're doing, whether it's making money or, doing any kind of transactions, do it in an ethical way. And I think here they were not doing it in an ethical way. And I think they were doing it in the wrong place. Yeah, we could commit fraud. We could. And we'd probably get away with it too, but that's not right. So we're not going to do that. Right? Like that's the important thing. That's the important thing. Same with making money. It's not wrong to make money. But when you start putting money before God, that's where you run into problems. That's where it becomes unethical. I mean, I agree with you, Hermione. Tithing is a very good part of making sure money is not before God. I highly believe in tithing. I think it's a great practice. But with that is, yeah, and Jex has it right. Love and money is the root of all evil. And it's so easy to fall into that. Now, like I said, it doesn't mean that you have to be poor, but make sure you're not putting money before God. And I think here they were putting money before God. The money changers were not acting in an ethical way. Welcome in, Jamie. So good to see you. Sorry. We're just talking, and welcome in, everyone. I think these are great talks, though. And I think it's good to think about. What happened to, each month, it's a new month, Jamie. Every month we reset so that everyone has a chance to get points again. So each month, new rulers, Bob, and then you get your points reset. But anyways, I know, like I said, I wasn't even rich, but we were making enough money that I was comfortable, but I was definitely putting the pursuit of money and money before God. And that was very bad. And I think I've hopefully gotten better, but there's definitely temptation for it. And I think that's very important. Yeah. The first 10% before you pay bills shows. Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. Absolutely. I would agree with the tithing. Yeah. Tithing is very important. I think it definitely adds structure, shows that God comes before the money. I think there's a lot. There's a lot to tithing. It's not just a matter of greedy churches. I really don't believe that. But I think it's a self-discipline, and a good way to show that God comes before the money. Yeah, tithing does not need to just be cash. I would agree with that too. Once again, I would say, you know, that does come between you and God. A lot of it, when we think of tithes, does come in cash, but I would say even more than that, like time, serving with your time and talents. Yeah, I'd agree with that too. And I don't think I would have to read up more on tithing. So this next part, I do not have a lot of knowledge in, but I wouldn't be against tithing or spending cash or tithing your cash to other good Christian organizations or something like that. And now, once again, unless I would have to read up more on tithing, so I don't know all the details. We always tithe to the church, but I wouldn't be against someone who says, I want to tithe, that 10%, I'm going to go ahead and each month put it towards this. And I know plenty of people who the 10% is a number, but I would say work that out. There is definitely a verse about the woman with the 2 coins. The woman gives 2 coins, even though people are dropping off bags of money. And the woman who drops off 2 coins, Jesus says, you know what? She gave more than everyone else here. And that's the truth. Because those 2 coins were more than, was a very big portion of what she had compared to the other people who had tons of money. There are people who can't afford to part with even 2% of their earnings. That might be true. Like I said, I would say that's between you and God. But with that is, I would say, in my experience, because I'm trying to think how to say this, in my experience, and once again, I might be wrong because people have different experiences, but people live within their budgets. Now, and I will also say it allows God to provide. When you get into tough positions, I will say I think it does allow God to show his amazingness, his glory, and how he looks out for us. So my challenge would be to still tithe that and allow God and trust God to take care of the rest. Because there have definitely been times where I go, I don't know if we're going to be able to do things. I think I've told this story before. And when I first moving out on my own, I was very good on budgeting. I would budget and I would add up my numbers. And there was a month where I was not making budget. I was very stressed about it. So I was dating Google Llama at the time, and I had other friends, and they came over, and I had all the lights turned off because I was like, look, I'm really nervous. I'm not going to use electricity so we hung out in the dark, and it was probably one of the most awkward evenings ever. But you know what? That was one of the most humbling experiences. But the truth is, God still provided. God still was able to provide and take care of us, and we were able to pay bills. And I even went to my boss and said, hey, I need to make more money. I'm not able to cover my bills. And they said, nope, we can't give merit raises because we're union. You can only do it based on how many hours you work and stuff like that. So with that is, even when I got shot down even by my boss. So I will say it does give you an opportunity for God to show his glory. And we were able to make it through, right? I wasn't I didn't get kicked out of the apartment. I didn't get, any of that. But it's scary. It's a leap of faith and it's hard. So I'm with you. It's not easy. Giving 10% is not easy for a lot of people. I will say, I think it is good to do. And I think it does show trusting God before money, but it's not easy. It's not easy. If you start with something, it'll grow your faith. Yeah. Trusting God. I've learned that trusting God has grown my faith more than anything else, because when he pulls through, it just builds that trust so much. Even when I was only doing part-time jobs in 2020, I still tithed my little, and now I get to give a lot of nonprofits and other churches. Yeah, that's great. That's great. And missionary friends in other countries. Yeah. My priest always says time is far more valuable than money. Dedicating time to your church is a form of tithing. Yeah. Yeah. And once again, it is, I think, before, it is between you and God, right? Maybe time is the way that you need to that God is calling you to tithe? Hmm? Yeah. Not everyone has money. I don't want to say like, hey, it's all about money. No, it's not. But make sure what you're doing is putting God first in everything. And that's not easy. That takes faith, that takes trust, and it's not easy. Um, it's terrifying. Terrifying, and sometimes I will say, because I think in a very logical way, sometimes it's like, no, that doesn't make sense. But I will say, after reading the Bible and my experience in the life, a lot of times God doesn't make sense and he pulls through, right? When you're trapped between the Pharaoh's army in the Red Sea, sometimes God doesn't make sense and he says, go and raise your arms. I'm going to separate the Red Sea. And you're like, what? Did not see that coming, right? Like, wow. First time you read that, you go, wait, what do you mean? He separated the Red Sea and they walked across in dry land. And then when Pharaoh's army chases them, he crashes it back down. Like, did not see that coming, right? That's crazy. But yeah. Yeah, faith without works, yeah. Faith is the verb. Yeah. And I don't mean just attending, but volunteering for different chores, work around the church. I agree. I will say I've definitely learned a lot getting involved with my church and volunteering time. As much as I'm like, I definitely don't want that. Like there are definitely Sunday mornings. So I joined the setup team, which is perfect. It's kind of more behind the scenes. We set up tables and chairs for events. We do a fellowship Sunday once a month where we, do food and stuff like that. But there's definitely times where I'm like, I don't want to go set up. But honestly, it's so good. I think I get a lot closer with the people at church. I get close to that group. I get closer, once again, with my wife during those times. And I think that's really good. Giving helps breaks the hold money has on us. It really does. Money is a tough one. Is a very tough subject. Because especially, like I said, I don't know about other countries, but in America, we always view money as power. And that's not how the Bible works. God is power, not money. And it's a tough mindset to break. It is. Definitely was not on Pharaoh's bingo card, right? Pharaoh also said, hey, like, let's go get him. And you're like, what? What do you mean the Red Sea parted and then came back down and crashed and killed all of them? What are you talking about? And then actually, if you think of all of Pharaoh's bingo cards on those in Exodus, right? All right, we've got the all the plagues. Did anyone have frogs? No frogs, right? Like crazy. I was in kids ministry for 7.5 years before 2020 hit. Hermione, that's a lot of respect for you. I do not do well with kids. I try my best. I'm not a kids person. Then I changed churches and did it for 2-ish years. My first year of that was very healing for me. Yeah. There's a lot that goes into it. You'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised at the things God does for you and the way God pulls through and the way God comforts us when we do things that we may not want to, but he has called us to do. That's the truth. I will tell you, there are plenty of nights where I say, I just want to hang out in my bed and go to sleep. But you know what? I made a commitment. We're going to go to Bible study. We're going to hang out with our friends, which it's fun, but it's like, I'm just exhausted. I'm tired. But you know what? Those are the times I grow and it's good. It is. But yeah, definitely. I miss doing kids church. I went to a big one. We had puppets and music. It was so much fun. I bet. Yeah. I love watching those things. Kids stress me out. They were 1 to 4 year olds. Oh, that sounds very stressful for me. All right. So the last 3 bullet points, and then we'll get into the game. I know I love talking about this. By the way, I want to say thank you to all of you for being involved in this conversation. Thanks for being open. Thanks for discussing it. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for the comments. I really do appreciate it. This is awesome. This is what I enjoy. I love talking about it. This helps me grow as well. Before we get to these last 3 bullet points, this helps me grow in my Christianity. There are some great questions, and I will think about all of these things over and over again, and I will do some research. I will look into it, and I'll talk to others about it, and this is how I grow. I think it's very important to talk about. I really do appreciate everyone, whether you're Christian, non-believer, whether you're just lurking or anything. Like, it means a lot to me. This is so important to talk about. The Bible, I've learned that the Bible says some, I'm going to say the word outrageous, but some amazingly, terrifyingly crazy things that when you read, you go, what? But the more I read it, the more I realize how true it is. And I think that's so important. Like, we had a discussion the other day on women's rights, slavery. There was slavery and women's rights came up. And I'll be honest, when I went through the Bible and read what it has to say about slavery and women's rights, I will tell you that sounds crazy, but read what it says. It's very interesting. It's not the same slavery that we had in America, right? Now, there are people who took verses out of context and tried to justify what they were doing, what their wrongdoings were. That happens a lot. So be careful of that. But when you read what the Bible has to say of slavery or women and their role in the household, and men, their role in the household, I will be honest. I strongly agree with the Bible and what it has to say. And I'd encourage you to. We can absolutely talk about it more if you want to. But I will say it's definitely not the same. Because you could be like, wait, the Bible talks about slavery. That's terrible, right? Like, that's where a lot of people go. They go, slavery is wrong. And the Bible talks about slavery, so it must be bad, right? It says that the Jews could own slaves. But let me tell you, also another kind of side note, I would say we're all slaves. Or most of us are slaves to jobs, right? I am a slave to my company. I need to get paid. I need to pay my mortgage. I need to pay my bills. So therefore, I am a slave or a servant to my job who gives me the money so I can pay the bills. So I would say that is a form of slavery. We still have slavery, just in different terms. Now, is that the same slavery that happened in old America? No. Different slavery, but still, I would consider it a form of slavery. There is, now, once again, so slavery has different terms. We usually, in our thought process, go to U.S. history slavery, which was not right. But it's also not what the Bible describes as slavery. It is also, I wouldn't say modern slavery. Modern slavery is very different. I would say modern slavery, and maybe I'm using the wrong word there, but modern slavery is usually jobs, where I'm a slave to my job. And I don't know if that, how that should be handled and stuff, but yeah. This is my first Bible study since grade school, early grade school. Yeah. Honestly, Vid, I appreciate you sticking around and talking. And honestly, you've given me a lot to think about. I'll go back through this and think about it. Like, your Scourge of Chords, I think, is a very interesting topic, and I will look into that more. I think that's interesting. I think this helps me analyze, what do I believe? Why do I believe it? And, you know, that's important. That's important to know. Yeah, very different than U.S. history. So yeah, absolutely. This was my first time ever doing it online. Yeah. I mean, this is just a Bible reading. I don't know if, I guess we could call it a Bible study. Yeah. I will tell you, there is a Discord channel that I've been getting involved in. It's called the Deadly Fam. It's Deadly Dill. Deadly Dill is another streamer, but he has a Discord, and it's a huge Discord, and they actually do a ton. I've been kind of getting more and more involved in it, but they do things like Bible studies. Tonight they had a couples Bible study at 8 p.m. They have regular Bible studies, and they have a couple channels. So I was telling everyone earlier today, but we're going to be updating our Discord, and I'll be honest, I'm going to steal some of their ideas. They have some amazing ideas. We're going to be adding new channels, but they have accountability channels, which I think are really important. They have men's accountability, women's accountability, and a co-ed accountability channels, which are just, honestly, I was going through it, and it really humbled me, where people are going through hard times. They're trying to battle addictions. I'm going through, trying to battle my own addiction as well. I've talked about that a little bit. I don't want to go into the details of what that is, but I've been going through that lately, and honestly, it's pretty amazing seeing that. And I would highly recommend it. Let me see if I can invite to their channel. I don't know. Is there a way to do it? But it's a really good Discord. I don't know if there's a way for me to invite. I will try to get that. Because I would post it in here if I can. Spread the by sharing our link. Here we go. Here we go. So this is the link to their Discord. I would highly recommend it. They have so much good stuff. I mean, he's a streamer, but this is really his Discord is absolutely amazing. I'd highly recommend checking it out. And there's so much there. They have a faith talk, faith questions, testimonies, channels, venting, prayer, anonymous prayer, praise reports, church online. Like they have so much, and I think it's really well organized. I would love to, like I said, I'm gonna copy a lot of what they have, but I would also say go to theirs. Me and Google on we're talking about. We're gonna be attending some of their Bible studies that they do and learning more. And I think it's a great way to be surrounded by Christians and also to get involved and ask questions. If you're a Christian or not a Christian, I feel like a lot of us all have questions. And when we read certain things, we go, "Ooh, what does that mean?" And what better way than asking a Christian community? So, yeah. All right. I appreciate you all. I really do. Let's go ahead and it's not stealing. It's only borrowing on a permanent basis without permission. Exactly. Yeah, you get it. But I will say thank you so much. We're going to close out with prayer and then we'll get into Timberborn. If you have any prayer requests, feel free to put them in chat. Yeah, we'll go ahead and pray about it. I'll give everyone about a minute just to get enough time. If it's anonymous prayer, that's fine too. If there's anything that you want me to add, let me know. But we'll go ahead and close out with some prayer. I think prayer is very powerful. I think it's a great way to talk to God and, the Bible does call us for us to, put our worries on God, put our anxieties and turn to God and let him take them from us. And I think that's very important. We talked a lot about trusting God. It's not easy. It's very tough, in fact, I would say. But God pulls through, and God, I will say, takes care of us. And especially in the hard times. It's not easy though. I will say I don't know really any Christians who would say the Christian life is easy. There are a lot of challenges in the Bible and things that go against our natural instincts and what society tells us. Like I said, we talked about money. That's just one of them. There's a lot in the Bible. A lot of questionable, not questionable. A lot of questions come up. If you want to talk about something, you can in private. Let me know in Discord. You can send me a Discord message. You can send me a Twitch whisper. Both are fine. If you want to talk about it on stream, absolutely bring it up here. All right. I don't see any prayer requests in the channel. That's okay. I'm going to go and close this in prayer, and then we'll dive into Timberborn. Dear God, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Thanks for all your blessings. Thank you for taking care of us. Thank you for our health. Thank you for this wonderful community. Thank you for all the people in it. Lord, I ask that you bless the people here and you bless the people that aren't able to make it, that you take care of them, give them good health, and help them turn to you. Show them your love and your mercy and your grace, and have them be attracted to you. Lord, have your glory shine through. Lord, there's a lot of people that are going through hard times. There's a lot of people who have questions. Please give them comfort. Please give them joy. And please give them wisdom. And help connect them. I know you've been there for me. And I appreciate that. And I can't say that enough. And I hope that you can do that for everyone else here as well. And you can be there when they have questions and guide them in the right direction. And that all points back to you and your glory. May everything that we do give you glory, because it is what you deserve. It is everything that should be good that goes to you. It's not me. It's all about you. And I thank you for this, that we're allowed to do this. I can talk about the Bible online. I can get gathered together with other Christians without being fear of going to jail or being killed or being in any danger. So thank you for all the blessings Thank you for everything you've done for us. Thanks for everything you've given us. And thank you for your comfort and your joy and everything that you've blessed us with. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Well, thank you again. I really do appreciate y'all being here. I honestly enjoy these talks. I enjoy these conversations. I enjoy these Bible studies. It means a lot to me that we get to do this. So thank you. Thanks for the support. It's a blast. It really is. Yeah, I mean that a lot. It's sad we can't openly show our faith without fear or someone hurting us. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Ellie, I will be honest. I have gotten to a point where I've actually so I don't know how many people were here earlier. We had a few people come in and troll us during the Bible study. I don't want to go into too many details because it wasn't really the focus, but they were just kind of, saying non-family friendly things. And to be honest, after I kind of reviewed that and thought about it, I was talking to Google them and I was like, you know what? That isn't that bad for me. There are a lot worse things that can happen. There are a lot worse things. I've gotten more open with my Christianity. If you ever watch my earlier VODs, God probably wasn't mentioned very often because I was too scared. I was worried that, might turn people away, might, scare people, or might, come across as offensive. But you know what? The more I explored Twitch, it was more encouraging when I found other Christian streamers, other people willing to talk about it. And I go, it might not be, it's not that bad. Now, you might be in a different position in your life. I want to say that. So I'm just saying what I've gone through. But personally, I don't think I've gotten less scared about it. And it's actually been really encouraging finding others who are willing to talk about their lives, their Christianity, or their beliefs. Whether you're Christian or not, honestly, these kind of open discussions are so good. So it's very nice to be part of that. And I'll be honest, the ones that are trolling, like earlier today, I'll be honest, they don't even really, it didn't really affect me. I was surprised because I was like, oh, it was kind of one of those like, all right, you've got what you believe. Like they one of the things they said, they said, I hate the Bible. And I said, okay, well, let's talk about it. And they never went further into it. They were just trying to troll. But it was one of those things where I was like, well, tell me why. Let's talk about it. Right? So that's where it was very interesting to talk about and say, like, all right, let's talk about our Christianity. Let's discuss what we believe and why. And if you want to come in and troll and be like, all right, well, I hate the Bible, well then, okay. But honestly, all that happened was it kind of just looked bad on them of, okay, well, why do you hate the Bible? And they never answered. Or they were just doing non-family friendly things and we just banned them and it said, all right, well, bye, I guess. Like, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. But honestly, I'm less worried about it. I'm less worried about trolls. I'm less worried about people coming in and being like, God is terrible. And you're like, okay, well, let's talk about it. Why? Why do you think God's terrible? And I think it's a great question. So, because there are people who have been hurt and I get that. And I want to talk about it. I'm going to call someone out because they're here and they were here today and I love talking to them. Gone comes in. My username is Gone, comes in and will ask a lot of questions. I love that. We have great discussions and it's okay. If you don't like the Bible, that's fine. If you've been hurt and you go, this is what I don't believe, that's okay. But we should talk about it. And let's see, I would say, what does the Bible say? And has it been misrepresented? Has it been misinterpreted? Because the more I read, the more confident I get that turning to the Bible is the answer for me and hopefully for you all as well, and turning to God. I put on some heavy chat filters so trolls can't, most trolls can't talk. Like they can try, but most of their messages don't go through. Sticks and stones maybe break one's bone, but words will never hurt you. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I was pretty worried about the words though. When I played League, we'd have people come in and they would do KYS, which means kill yourself. And I will be honest, that hurt. That felt really bad. When we had a bad game of League of Legends, someone coming into your chat and telling you KYS it feels bad. Even if you're like, they're just being a troll, still, that hurt my feelings a lot. I'll be honest. So that's what I was worried about. But after today, I mean, when those I think they're kids or whatever they are, one was another streamer. So I kind of came in. I was like, I went into his stream. I was like, yeah, I'll be, hung out a little bit, and then said I'll be lurking, and he came in with that. But either way, it was like, actually, I don't feel bad at all. I never felt like, oh, I should be ashamed of my Christianity in that. It was crazy. Words can definitely leave longer scars than physical hurt. Sometimes, yeah, you do have to be careful. There's emotional parts to that. Welcome back. All right, Rick, give me a moment. We'll get into Timberborn. It depends on who and what the situation and the condition of your heart already and age of maturity, etc. Yeah, no, there is. I won't say I hate the Bible. Most I don't care. Yeah, and there's a lot of that. I don't like the Bible all that much either, but if you don't read, you can't learn. Yeah, I agree with that too. I would encourage you to read it and tell me what, honestly, when I read through the Bible for the first time, or as I was going through the Bible growing up in a Christian household, well, I had a ton of questions. And I'll be honest, it was kind of one of those scary things where I was like, well, if I ask this question, is that going to prove the Bible wrong? That was one of my biggest fears. If I ask a question like, hey, this verse sounds like it's encouraging slavery, is that wrong? And if that's wrong, like, is the Bible wrong? And if the Bible's wrong, what else is wrong? Is Jesus really God? What else could it be wrong about? And that's scary. But I'll be honest, as I've grown, I've learned that those questions are what actually make me stronger in my faith, which is crazy. Where you go, wait, there's slavery in the Bible? And the more you read about it, you go, oh, this is not the same as slavery of what I thought. And the more you read on it, you go, oh, that does make sense how that works. But it is scary to do that. So, yeah, it's okay. And by the way, I want to say I encourage Christian and non-Christians to ask questions and talk about it, so we can talk about it. It helps me a lot. So I appreciate all of you helping me grow. But also, I haven't read it, so I can't say I like or hate it. It's pretty spicy, Rick. It's wild. There's a lot of wild stuff. Well, like I said, there's a lot of questions that come up that you go, is that okay to ask? But honestly, the more I read it, yeah. Oh, so prophets have nothing on the Old Testament. Yeah, Old Testament's crazy, right? But here's the thing also. Actually, we talked about this a lot. The Old Testament isn't gone. It is still a part of the Bible, and it is still important. And it definitely happened, and there's a lot to learn. And there's so much in the Old Testament. Because, I turned my Discord back on. I just haven't done the other parts yet because we're not officially on yet. So one moment. But the Old Testament is not something that we just throw out. We talked about this a lot. The Levitical laws are very commonly brought up, where it's like all these laws about what to sacrifice, what you can wear, how you should act. Those are not gone. Jesus has fulfilled them, which is different. We do not get rid of the laws. Since Jesus died for all of our sins, we don't have to sacrifice anymore because we go through Jesus. That does not mean that the laws are gone. Jesus fulfills them. By turning to Jesus, that is how we stay pure. That is our sacrifice that we have, which is amazing. We don't have to sacrifice doves because Jesus is our sacrifice. We don't have to worry about wearing 2 types of linens because Jesus is what separates us from other non-Christians, right? One of them is the Levitical laws is don't wear clothing of 2 kinds or fibers or something like that. And you're like, why is that important? Well, that was about separating them from non-Christians, or pagans would be the word, right? Well, they were separated. They did actions that would separate them. But how were we as Christians nowadays separated from non-Christians? Well, through our belief in Jesus, through our actions, through our love. That is how we show that we are Christians. We don't do it by wearing, 1 fiber. That's how they used to do it. But that does not mean that that law is gone. It's that Jesus fulfilled it. And that's very important too. There is so much violence in the Bible, but it's all for a purpose. Yeah, Vid. That's very true. The violence in the Bible is a big part of questioning. Like, hey, is all this violence good? And it's interesting what you find. I wasn't even thinking of the violence part. Yeah, I mean, we talked about the tent peg earlier through a king's head. But I do understand people that do follow it. I have nothing against it. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rick. Yeah. Translation deterred me more than anything when I was younger. King James, I hate that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the translation, I've never found, I still haven't found a translation that's flawed. A lot of times it gets misinterpreted. So I'd say if you have a question about something, read into it and dive into it more. But I wouldn't say that's flawed. I would just say they use different words and you have to be careful to make sure you understand what it's saying. But yeah. Because King James probably is one of the more accurate versions, but it's also very hard to understand. So then you have like NIV, NASB, ESV, all these other ones. But those are to help people in today's age who don't speak in Old English understand. But when you read something, make sure you understand what it's saying, not just, if you go, that doesn't sound right. Well, look into other translations as well. And like a lot of times I Google it and see, what is this talking about? In high school, I learned there were translations that made sense in English. Yep. Hermione, you're absolutely correct. Modern English. Yep. Wait a second. Jesus is God. Isn't Jesus a God's messenger? So Rick, yeah, that's actually something we talked about today. No, so Jesus is not just a messenger. He's not just a prophet. He's not just a man. Jesus is God. Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one of Christian faith. It's very important. And if you want to talk about it, I'd love to talk about it. But yeah, in Christianity, it is very important that we do believe Jesus is God. Yes. By the way, you forgot to turn all the stuff back on. Yes, I'm getting there. The Trinity, that's a long conversation. Trinity is a big question. 3 in 1, but they are also separate. Yeah. Yep. Trinity is a big conversation. I've been lurking and listening, and I got to say, your take on it is very inspirational. Thanks you, Assassin. I appreciate it. Well, and I honestly, I really do always pray that God's word comes out. And if I ever say anything incorrect, honestly, my prayer is that you forget about it. If I ever say anything that's against the Bible or against what God believes, or against God, that just somehow gets forgotten by everyone, because that is not my goal. My goal is that God's word comes out, not mine. All right, yeah. I mean, I would love to talk about these things. If you have these questions, let us know. We can talk about it on stream. We can talk about it off stream. Also, does the Bible in America is the same as in Europe? Yeah, Bible should be the same everywhere. Because I thought it was a different religion. There are different religions, but the Bible should be the same. The concepts and the should be the same even as you go through different translations. So like ESV, NIV, and KJV, King James Version. These are all different versions, or different translations, but they do not change what is the concepts. They do not change the foundations. The words might be different just to make it easier for some people to understand, but the concepts and the biblical beliefs are the same. So once again, the words aren't the important, like the type. If there's a typo, that doesn't make the Bible, errant or flawed. It just, the concept and the foundations are still the same. Yeah. And if you're reading still doesn't give you answers, there are scholars that help you. Yeah, absolutely. The whole Trinity is a big one. Trinity, I still have questions about. Actually, I've been discussing that a lot with other people. Trinity is a big one. And if you ever want to talk about it, we can look up verses and what people have to say about it. Psalm 119 is a poem that each word is a letter of the alphabet in order. Is it really? Oh, that's interesting. Obviously, it does not translate to other languages. Oh, okay. I was like, that's interesting. Sometimes my bestie in England gave me a copy of one that had books I had never heard of. Yeah. Well, so there is Catholicism. I know that one. Catholicism. I think Kender mentioned an Ethiopian Bible. Yeah, Latter-day Saints, I think, is a different religion. I would say is that Mormon? Is it Mormonism? Am I correct on that? But yeah, there is, I would say be careful of ones that have additional books, but I've never read them, so I don't know. I don't know what those books have to say. So there are different Bibles, and I would say those are more closely related to different religions than those are about Christianity. Now, Catholicism is an interesting one. I don't know. They are still Christians. Is the Book of Mormon considered Christian? It's interesting. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it. Howdy, my brother in Christ. Hello, Owen. Hello. There are 3 different sets of Christian Bibles. Okay, I'd have to look into it. The Catholic Bible has several books that Protestants do not consider canon. Okay, I'd have to look into them. I'm not really sure what the Catholic Bibles have to say, so I could be wrong on that, or the other ones. But it says that it has the other books on the front. Okay. The debate on those books split people apart. Yeah. I mean, a lot of it does come down to the foundational beliefs of Christianity. Those have to be agreed upon. After that, that's where you get different denominations. Denominations are usually made when 2 groups disagree on non-foundational. So you can have 2 Christian groups that have differences on non-foundational beliefs, but they should agree on the foundational beliefs. And we've talked about those before, but there's definitely quite a few foundational beliefs. I've looked them up before, and I just want to have them again. But like one God existing as a Trinity. That is a Christian belief. If you don't believe that, I would say it's not a Christian religion. Jesus Christ being fully divine and human Son of God, and his sacrificial death and bodily resurrection as the way of salvation from sin for believers. Right? Jesus dying for our sins and him becoming the ultimate sacrifice is a foundational belief. Christians also believe the Bible is the inspired word of God, and they strive to follow Jesus' teaching of love, compassion, and service. So one God, Trinity, Jesus' incarnation, crucifixion, and resurrection, salvation and atonement. Like these are all foundational beliefs. Now, other things like Calvinism versus Arminianism, that's something that I would say is beyond the foundations. So I wouldn't say it's as foundational, right? How God does certain things we can discuss, but I don't know if it matters as much. Whether like I said, whether the scourge of chords is a physical one or words, I mean, I don't know if it changes that chapter. The LDS have an entire new book. The UK one he gave me is NRSV with Apocrypha. Yeah, I know there is Apocrypha. So those are additional books. I don't know if those are in Protestant Bibles and those. Yes, the Book of Mormon. They are still Christians. Okay. I don't know. You'd have to look it up. I don't know much about Mormonism. I've heard things, but I have never gone through the Book of Mormon, so I don't know what their beliefs are. Do they believe in Jesus dying and being an ultimate sacrifice? But I would have to know what their beliefs are. Hello. Portugal's predominant religion is Roman Catholicism, with the 2021 census showing over 80% of the population identifying as Catholic. Yeah. Catholic is I would say a denomination of Christianity. They still believe, I think, in the foundational beliefs, if I'm correct. They do have some other things that I think they go through that might be disagreed upon, but there are some foundational beliefs that have to be there. Yeah, that one too might be another too. I wouldn't consider Mormonism to be Christianity. I'd have to look into it, Owen. I don't know. Depends on what they believe. Mormons consider Jesus to be just a prophet. Yeah, I would say that would separate them from Christianity. There is a big foundational belief is that Jesus is God, was God, and is. Which one is in America? Well, we do have Catholics in America, and we do have, Protestants and other Bibles. So I would say both. But I mean, yeah. The Bible wasn't written as a single book. It was over 60 different separate books or letters. Yeah. And yeah, it is interesting how the Bible was put together. But I still do believe it is I still do believe that is God inspired. It was in the last couple hundred years that they've put them together as a single binding book. Mm-hmm. Yep. Ancient Israel, when they spoke of the scripture, often refers to the first 5 books of the Bible called the books of Moses, right? So that's where Judaism is separate from Christianity. Judaism is Old Testament. Christianity believes in the New Testament also. That's what separates Judaism from Christianity. What do you think of the quote, "The Bible is just the most sold sci-fi book of history"? I would disagree, but I don't know, because sci-fi is science fiction being fake, and I would disagree with that. So that's why I would disagree with it. I would say it's most sold God-inspired word is the only sold God-inspired word. I'm not a scholar on them. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I don't know, and I'd love to do some research on. So after this one, and by the way, I have a notepad called Bible Notes that I want to look into, which is other Bibles. It's a great one. Catholic Bible, etc., etc. Ethiopian Bible. Never heard of that one before. I like comparing the pillar of salt to a nuke explosion. Rather interesting. Yeah, that's a very interesting one. I have a question. I myself consider myself Catholic or Christian, but the majority of my family is Mormon. What do I do when they ask me to go to church with them because they worship someone named Moore, and that's not Jesus Christ? That's a good question, Damien. And by the way, welcome, Damien. I'm so sorry if I didn't. I saw you earlier, and I don't know if I said welcome in. Yeah. I'll be honest. So there's a couple things I would say. One is pray about it. 2 is I would say I myself consider myself Catholic or Christian, but the majority of my family is Mormon. What do I do when they ask me to go to church with them because they worship someone named Mo, and that's not Jesus Christ? That's a very interesting question. Let me give me one moment to kind of think about it. Oh, we just got ads. Um, give me one moment. Let me get past ads because I do want to answer your question. Yeah, yeah. I'll wait until ads are over and then I'll answer your question because I want to make sure that you're here to hear the answer, obviously. So we'll wait. We'll wait for that out. Um, I don't want to start answering right now. So yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. No, you're good. I'll wait until you get back. By the way, I appreciate everyone being so open and talking about this. I really do. It means a lot to me. And then we'll turn everything back on in a moment. I did turn the desktop audio back on, but I'll turn the games back on in a moment. But yeah, I think these are great ways and great places to have these open conversations, to discuss it, and to grow in our own ways. We were waiting for ads to end, and he will answer. Yep. Oh yeah, don't forget the RNG stuff. Yeah, I'll get there. Yep. The slots, the trivia. Yep. Yep. Not a problem. I think it's fun. I think the RNG stuff. Maybe we'll have to put a maximum on it. When will you play Getting Over It? Yeah, I gotta plan out a schedule. I'll get to it, but I gotta plan out a schedule. Won't be today. We're doing Timberborn today because we haven't played that in a while, and I know a lot of people like that. All right, welcome back from ads. I think you're back. Let me know. Make sure verify. Trying to earn your way into heaven isn't what Jesus would want. It would be like he died for nothing. Salvation is a gift you accept, and you work it out as you grow. Sanctification. Yeah. Apparently, I wandered off long enough to avoid ads, which is odd. Oh, there you go. Wander off. Okay, ads are done. Okay, so here's my recommend, Damien. One is I would read what the Bible has to say about it. Two is I would pray about it. Talk to God about it. Is your family okay with it? Would be another part of it. Is your family okay with you not being Mormon and going to another church? Because that's what I would encourage you to do. I also don't know how old you are, or where you're at, or your family situation. So if they are, I would encourage you to just be open with them and say, hey, this is what I believe. I would like to attend a church of my own. 25. Okay, so I didn't know if it was like, I mean, because if you're still under your parents, like if you're like 12, for example, you'd be like, okay, well, this is different. Yeah, I would discuss it with them and be open and honest. Now that might be very tough. I don't know your family. That might be very tough. That's what I would encourage you to do. But once again, I would say go to the Bible. My first two instincts are always go to the Bible and pray about it. Those are where I'd start. What does the Bible have to say about this? And that. And I mean, if you want, like even right now, this is me Googling, like, what does the Bible say about attending a non-Christian church while being a Christian? Because I don't know, I haven't had that situation come up. The Bible doesn't directly address a Christian attending a non-Christian church, but verses on avoiding false worship and the importance of Christian fellowship suggest caution. While some argue for observing other cultures or attending events like weddings, the focus is on avoiding active participation in rituals that contradict Christian faith and not compromising spiritual integrity. The priority is to remain connected with other believers and avoid placing yourself in situations that could lead to a weak conscience or spiritual harm. So I would agree. They used to go to Catholic church, and I went with them there, but they started going to Mormon church about 2 or 3 years now. Okay. I would have to express uncomfort. Yeah. I would say talk to them about it and discuss with them. And I think I don't know. Like I said, I don't know your family, so I don't know how that will go and if they're open to it. But I would say discuss it with them. And honestly, you could even use this as an opportunity to talk to them about what what you believe, what they believe, and why, and what happened there, and why is not what happened there, but what has led to that, and talk about all the things of that. It's a great opportunity to also minister, but also just discuss it. And I think if you have questions, I think that's okay. And you might come away with questions where you're like, why do I believe this? Why is this, something that I believe? It's okay to have questions. And I would say bring those questions to, once again, the Bible, to God, and then to other believers, to a pastor, to a priest, to, other believers, and say, hey, I was talking to Mormons the other day, and this is what they believe, and this is, is this what we believe, or how does this work in Christianity? I think that's great. I had some LDS friends. We didn't go deep into conversation of what they believed, but I knew it was different. I just didn't know all the details, but go with that. I think that's great. There's honestly, like I said, that one Discord group I posted earlier, and I can post it again because I do really believe in them. Believe that. Sorry, when I say in them, not like believe in them that way, but I do believe they have a great group and a great Christian community. It's called the Deadly Fam. Deadly Dill is the streamer, but the Deadly Fam is a Christian Discord, and where they have like Bible studies. You can ask questions. You can discuss with other believers what they believe and why. So I think that's a great opportunity to grow in your own faith of saying, why do I believe this way? And that's how you strengthen your beliefs. I would have to express uncomfort. When I was in I Am Second, we had a mini outreach at the Muslim temple just to experience it and talk to the ladies there. Yeah. Sometimes when you go once to their place, they'll give you your place a chance. But it was a group, not going alone. Yeah, I would be careful of how you approach that. But yeah, I think honestly being open and discussing is so important. I think sometimes we get worried that if we look too much into the Bible, or if we read too much, we're going to find something that we don't like and it's going to be wrong, and then the Bible's wrong, and if the Bible's wrong, what else could be wrong? But the more I've questioned, the more I've dove into the Bible for the answers, the stronger I've gotten. It's actually been the opposite reaction where I go, oh. So, like I said, one of the big ones we talked about was slavery. Like, I don't know. I'm not ready to, like, is slavery okay? The Bible talks about slavery. Like, that can't be good. Like, I was really worried. But you know what? The more I read about what the Bible has to say about slavery, the more I was like, actually, that makes sense. It's not American slavery. It's very different. So I'm less worried about asking questions and going, what does the Bible have to say about it? In fact, that's my first intuition is, you know what? I don't know the answer. What does the Bible have to say about this? Yeah. Questions should, yeah. And I mean, they've pushed me deeper into my beliefs and into why I believe in the Bible. I was worried. I'll be honest. I was very worried when I had questions, and I was like, genocide in the Bible? Yeah. Old Testament, go through, Joshua goes through and wipes out whole peoples. And you go, whoa, that doesn't sound good. Right? But read up on it. Figure out why. What was happening. It might shock you. And if you have questions, ask them. It's very interesting what you find. Why do I believe this and not that? Am I okay with this? Is a good question to pray about. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Vid. I agree with you. All right. Are we going to play some Timberborn tonight? Maybe. We'll see. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, let's dive into some Timberborn. I'll go and turn on the games. Enabled. Enabled. Save. Enabled. Save. All right. Games are back. Beavers! And if you have more questions, we can talk about it. Please don't say the conversation does not end here. Like, we can talk about while we play Timberborn. Totally fine. This is not a conversation ender. If you have more questions, and by the way, Damien, if that doesn't answer your question, let's talk about it more. Topic change. Yeah. Like I said, feel free to, whatever you want. We're very, I hope that everyone feels comfortable here. I really do. That's one of my goals. And if I say something incorrect, let me know. If I ever say anything offensive, let me know. We can talk about it. Because I don't mean to be offensive. I do stand by what I believe, but I don't mean to be offensive or aggressive. It's, let's talk about what and why. And I think that's very important to be open. All right, we are building this giant canal, which will give us unlimited power. We won't have to worry about power ever again. That is the goal. Now, we've opened this up because we were like, oh, maybe it's ready, but it ended up leaking off the side, which is fine. It's not going to really cause any problems. We are going to continue building this. We're going to get these walls built, and hopefully the water will travel down the canal It will leak off the side here, but hopefully eventually comes down the canal, and I need to make sure that it can hit these water wheels and spin them. Oh, yes, you are definitely owed a beaver. Oh, is that what you meant, Hermione? Beaver? Okay, so Assassin Phoenix 78. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Rick, I owe you Prince Rick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, that's fine. All right, our newest beaver is 33%. So it's one of our baby beavers. I always try to give you the newest one. You are a baby beaver, Assassin. 33% of the way to adulthood. So you are 33% to growing up and getting a job. Right now, you're just a waste on our resources. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You are a kid learning the beaver ways, right? All right, Prince Rick, I owe you the next youngest. Here we go. Oh, Harry Porter, that was Vids. You're 42%. 47, we've got Prince Rick. Prince Rick is also a baby. Now, all right, what emotion we going with tonight? Are we going to be blushing? Ooh. Are we going to be awesome? Are we going to be sad? Or sorry, that's scared. Are we going to be scared? Are we going to be sad? Are we going to be angry? Angry and change your stream topic. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. That's what you meant. The stream game. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Stream category is now Timberborn. Thank you. I forget. I know there's always something I forget when I do this. I unmuted desktop. I turned on the games. I forgot I turned on the other stuff, but I forgot that. Yeah. I always forget something. That's what you're all here for, to keep me in line. All right. I'm here. I'm angry. Let's build this canal. Get it done. I don't want excuses, Vid. I don't care if you're a baby beaver. Get it done. Harry Porter, Assassin Phoenix, Prince Rick, grow up already. Build me a canal. Is that better? I think we've got King Rick, right? King Rick, you're working the farms. Where's my food? Now, food's actually looking really good. We're at 2.1 thousand food. Yeah, we're good on food. All right, so anyone who doesn't know. All right, let's get you one. I've just been flossing my teeth multitasking. Let's go. Funnily enough, I graduated high school and immediately went into the healthcare field. Nice. I believe I will pray and ask God for them to realize their religion is not worshiping Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, God. That's great. That's great, Damien. I think that's a great solution. I put commands for chat to remind me to do things. Oh, that's actually really good. Remind me, I might have to do that. Yep. Spruce Dammer it is. All right. It needs to be green. Yeah, got to give me the code because I don't memorize the code. 60, 55, 46. This will be 74. Is it code first, right? So you can change the color of your beaver. But
that worked out nicely.
Oh, that worked out nicely. Hello, Leica. So good to see you. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the cheers. Leica is another streamer. Go give her a follow. Send her some love. She is always lurking here and always friendly. Always great to see you. 7 bits. Thank you so much. That'll get you a spin at our Wheel of Chaos. Don't forget, last stream of the month, we do a Chaos stream. We might be doing another 24-hour. I'm going to make it this time. I almost made it last time. Hour 13, I got sick and took an hour nap. But next time, no hour nap. All right, did I do that right? Yep, you're green. Let's take a look at you. There you are. We can see Spruce definitely sticks out. He's the green one. You see a little green beaver walking around. 23 hours is a lot. Yeah, actually, we ended up going an hour and a half over anyway, so technically it was 24 hours. Google Llama filled in for the time that I missed because I had to go. I got motion sick. So what happened was, the first like 10 to 12 hours were fine. I then played some Portal 2, and I just got so motion sick, and I ended up. I don't want to be graphic. I got very sick. We'll put it that way. In doing so, Google Llama, I had to go lay down. I had to close my eyes. I was extremely sick. Google Llama came in and played some Minecraft for that while I took a quick closing eyes and nap and then woke up, came back. We ended up going an hour and a half over. So it was technically 24-hour stream, but just not all the way through by me. And I'd like to get it The incredulous bulk. Bruce. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. That's right. Yeah, only God changes hearts. That's right. That's right. I was in the field during the whole 2020 situation. Oh yeah, assassin. That's a lot. That's crazy. All that went down. Anyways, I'm going to head out. Phoenix Beaver better be helpful. I'll hold him to it, assassin. Or Phoenix. I'll call you Phoenix. I'm so sorry. I should call you Phoenix, not assassin. So Phoenix, I'll hold you to it. Phoenix Beaver, we're watching you. We're watching you, Phoenix. 54% of the way to adulthood. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you so much, Phoenix, for stopping in. I appreciate you. I really do. All of you. I do. But thank you so much. Either one is perfectly acceptable. I will try my best to remember. I'll be honest, I always go with the first name, but I should read the whole thing and know. By the way, shout out to Leica once again. I do love hanging out in her stream. It is an 18+ stream, but I will say she's amazing. Bow! Bow! Bow down to her, the queen of slime, the queen of filth. Bow! By the way, I love... It's from Princess Bride, anyone that doesn't know. Oh, such a good movie. All right. So we are building, I think, from both sides. The only reason I'm trying to finish this side first is because I want to see if this works. That is mostly what it is. We could turn this off, but I don't think it matters. They're not really going down in it right now, so that's okay. I would not mind if they... did this side. I just want to see if this works. It should. I thought it was going to be a scary boo, not a booing and crowd type deal. Sorry. How many workers you got? 55. 55. Oh wait, 51 because 3 are injured, or 52 and 3 are injured. I need to move these tanks up top. So I'm not going to build more tanks down here right now. It's going to be, I want to transfer them up top so that I don't have, all I have down here is food and trees. So I'm trying to finish this out. I would need to move the medical beds and the breeding pods up top. That's going to be the end. But I'm going to put them over here. Damon, so it's a channel points redemption called Give Me a Beaver. There's a channel points redemption called Give Me a Beaver. It should cost 100 channel points. And if you don't have 100 channel points, let me know and I can just give you a beaver. I'll give it to you for free. But if you have 100, just do that one. Bring logs and planks topside with haulers. Yeah. That's my plan. Food, all food, planks, and oh no. Sorry, I'm doing all food and logs topside with haulers. All food and logs will come up here, and then I'm gonna do all industry over here with the large water wheels, and then I'm gonna do, this is my water collection area, and I'm gonna do beaver living and happiness over here. It says it's out of stock. One moment. Oh, so they get done faster? Well, we have enough planks. We have enough planks and wood. A lot of it is just, I mean, these are all full. It's just them walking. And I was trying to decide if I want to do this, but give me 1 second. Let me fix that real quick. Give Me a Beaver should not run out. Give me a second. Where's that? Give me a beaver. Should be on a 1-minute cooldown. For each user, though. Wait, use redemption cooldowns and limits for viewers.
I need it!
Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Wait, that's not a global cooldown, is it? Is it a global cooldown of 1 minute? Or is that user, per user? Time between redemptions, up to 7. Oh, it's a global one. Limit redemptions per stream. How do I do a viewer one? Oh, I may have accidentally did it as a global one. Give me a second. Let me see if I can go here. Give me a moment. I can do this. I can do this. Give me a beaver. Channel rewards. That's what it is. Name. Oh. Okay, that's my bad. Let's just give you a beaver, David. Oh, I didn't give you a follow. I apologize. I just realized that. Oh, I'm following you now. I can't wait to get your next stream. All right. Here we go. Oh! My goodness. Oh my goodness. I am failing you all. I try to keep the distractions out during Bible study, but here we go. Those are the pasture animals in the bottom left that are about to pop up. Those ones. Okay. So, when you get back from ads, let me know. Or if you are back from ads, let me know. All right. So, which animal do you want? We've got a lot of animals down here. This is our pasture of animals down here. We've got rabbits, corgi, cat, hamster, fox, or parrot, alpaca, or red panda. Yes, one of those. Okay, yes. Which one of those would you like? So once again, we've got rabbit, corgi, cat, hamster, fox, parrot, alpaca, or red panda. I would a cat. Okay, let me see. 1 second. All right, this one, so it's random cats that pop off. I've got one gray one down here that needs a name. That one's already taken. And the black cat, I believe, is Rick's. Yeah. So do you want this gray and white one, or do you want me to roll a new one for you? This gray and white one in the bottom left, underneath the broom. Do you want him, or do you want a new one? I can't pick the color, so I can either re-roll a new one, or I can give you that one. Let's roll. You want to roll for it? See if we can do an orange one. I just can't. I can't choose the color. I can either give you this one or a new one. Let's roll. I like it. Oh, hold on. I gotta facilities. Nope. Hold on. I gotta expand my farm. Expand the farm. There we go. All right. One cat, please. Oh, it's a white cat. But it's a high quality white cat. Where's our new white cat? Where'd you go? Where are you, white cat? Oh, down here. There you go. What do you want to name your cat? White one is mine now. Do you want to name it Damien, like your screen name, or do you want to give it... I'm good with either one. I can name it your screen name, or we can give it a special name, whatever you want. It's your kitty. It's a 3-star kitty. I don't know what they go up to, but you're a higher quality. I can put your screen name and then we know who owns it. Let me know if you want to change it. All right. Feel free to watch your kitty run around. As long as the special name is family friendly. That is correct. Vid, you've got that right. Keep it family friendly. All right. Okay, so sorry. Vid, you said... What about haulers? Their name will be Damien. Just Damien. All right. Sounds good. Let me get it here. Damien it is. Damien. That way I know whose is whose. So I've got logs over here. Logs are primarily what I'm working with. I've got the tubes here. So they are running. I kind of wanted to move. I don't think it's time to destroy this yet. This number cruncher until I'm ready to move it over here. And I'm not ready to move it over here until this is. Oh, okay. So you're saying like right here. So do logs here. Prioritize for haulers and do another one like here for planks. Also, can I make my beaver white? Yes, you can. Let me find your beaver. Oh, you grew up. All right. Let me... Oh, actually... Oh, we didn't get you one. Let's get you one. 18%. Here we go. Damien West. 4. Now, how we do white is we do greater than, less than, and hashtag what is white. I should already know this one. Okay, all zeros. I couldn't remember. Okay. Oh no, that's black. Try again. Yeah, I get them confused. West 24. Is it all F's? There you go. All right. Oh, let's go and let's see. Where you at, Damien? We'll be watching you closely. Oops, not that. All right. That's you. Our albino beaver. Getting some water. We'll be tracking you. All right. Going through the tubes, having some fun. Yeah, I always forget which ones are which. All right. So this one, prioritize building to obtain. As soon as this is done, obtain. You're right, and then they can just go here. Do I need more or bigger ones? Probably when it hurts. Logs, obtain, high priority. Planks, obtain, higher priority. Logs. The thing is, and you're right, actually, this is really good. Because it's going to make it green like vids, but nah, white seems cuter. There you go. I actually just want to get it, just this little portion done. I don't even need all this, really. I just want to get this little portion done to see. Yeah, it's starting to leak out this way. I was hoping it would push on, but I think it's going to leak down this way. That was my biggest fear. Yeah. So I'm wondering if there's going to be enough pressure to push it. I just want to see if we can get this turning. If we can get it turning to something, then we can go from there. More, not bigger. Okay. Oops, we need to prioritize. No, not you. Oh, mama, no. Alright. I don't want these built yet. We can build through the tubeway. It'll be faster because the tubeway is really close to storage. So they're just going to go storage, fly down the tubes, and go this way. So you'll notice that they can fly down these tubes really quickly. So we're hoping that storage goes quick to here. Classic Teemo. Oh, I do miss League of Legends. League of Legends. What a game. What a game! So good. Alright, what's going on? Okay. Water's coming back. We're going to need these pumps going in a moment, but might as well finish this up. Alright, can we get the water to push on? We can get enough flow down this way. Because I'm not gonna keep building this way. This isn't really the ideal way to go. Although, actually, I don't think I need all these. Let's just do this side. That should be more than enough. We're short 12 beavers, but most of them are builders. Or dirt. We'll be fine. Doo-doo. Freedom! Just watch out for Bob. Bob! Okay. This should stop the water from flowing this way. No. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. I was going to say. Okay. So it looks like that dries up this way. There shouldn't be any water flowing out. Okay, good, good, good. Oh, hold on. No, we want to go higher priority this way. It's going to be much faster to build this way. than to go this way. Too wide for a single well, but what if I want to do double water wheel? Is double water wheel a bad idea? I was going 2 water wheels. One on each side. I did. I have a giant tub. I have a giant bottle. It's 100, I think it's 116 ounces that I'm supposed to drink throughout the day. And it's very full of water. So I was not drinking it throughout the day. So I appreciate the hydrates. I'm going to drink it again because I should keep doing it. You're better to put a split between them and double back on itself. Oh, I could have done that. Oh, well, Vin, it's a little late now. Where were you earlier? I didn't think of that. I was just thinking a one-way wheel. That's all. I was just thinking one way. Goes from here, goes down here. And I thought this was a good... Oh, it should be more than... Right? How much is a gallon? Is this not a gallon? 3,500 milliliters. And it actually is really cool. It's a really cool bottle. It has it broken down every 2 hours. Like you're supposed to... Like you can kind of, as markers, like this is where you should be at 7 a.m. Here's at 9 a.m., 11 a.m., 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m., 7 p.m., and 9 p.m. So it has like markers on the side that tell you how far you should have drank by now. Don't drink 2 of those. I'm barely getting through 1. In a day, I mean. Yeah, I mean, you do have to be careful about too much water, but I'll be honest, the reason I bought it was because I'm definitely not drinking enough water. It was not the too much water. I mean, if I was, going a little overboard, that would be. But okay, so we're building this. Once again, all of our storage, this will kind of go faster anyways. I could build storage over here, but I don't think it's necessary. I'm new to the tubes, but I think this works pretty well. I've never drank too much water. It's actually pretty hard to do. Yeah. I mean, I feel like you'd have to try, but I guess you could. It could happen. I just feel like you'd have to really try to pull it off. All right. They're going pretty quick here, though. All right. Damien West grew up. All right. Let's see what everyone's jobs are. Spruce is a hauler. Damien is a dirt excavator. All right, Damien. You're one of our dirt excavators. You dig up the dirt. Phoenix is a builder. Where's Prince Rick? Harry Porter is a water collector. Prince Rick is a hauler. All right. I'm a dirty beaver. That's right. It's quite literally a dirty dirt beaver. Actually, how close are we to the cave? Oh, we are very close to the cave.
Is on the loose. Elliot Moose is on the loose.
Elliot Moose is on the loose. If your wee is clear, you have enough water. The more cloudy, the more water, or the more clear, the more water you need, or the more color. I see. The more color, the more water you need. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's a good indicator. That's what I've always used as an indicator. You know what? Now that I think about it, hold on. What is this? Six planks or 12 logs? No, 6 planks is definitely the answer. Okay. All right, what do we got? Drought? We're at 6.4K water. Yeah, we'll top it off. 6 should hold us over. We should have enough. That's enough water for that water on the right looks so nasty. What's wrong with it? Oh, yeah. So it's red. So this game, you have good water that you can drink, and you have bad water that will get your beavers sick if they go in it. Now, we do not want our beavers to go in this water, but we can use the stream power to come down here and turn our large water wheels. So we don't want to drink this water, and we don't want our beavers to go in it, but we can still use the power of water to get our wheels to give us more power. So this is a really fun game where you play a bunch of beavers, but you can have industry like a food factory and a smelter to make iron bars, right? Or metal blocks, I mean. Dynamite and wood workshop. So this will use to power, our water wheels will power our industry. You should be running the tubes over the power. Well, I thought about it, Vid. I was going to, but I don't know if it makes much of a difference. What's the difference? Oh, that I don't have to use these? I guess that's true. I wouldn't have to use overhangs. So how's Prince Rick doing? We were just checked in on him. He's a builder. Wait, he's a hauler. Yep, so Prince Rick is one of our haulers. He's hauling goods back and forth. Excuse me. Where's Prince? Here he is. So he's grabbing goods. And now he's down bottom, but yep, grabs goods and carries them to other places that are important. He's doing well. Yep. You make platforms better than levee walls. Yeah, but I kind of wanted the levee walls first, to be honest. That's all it was. It was a want. Because I don't think it, and I would agree that you don't have to do the overhangs. But it was more of wanting. Whoo! Wade Wilson? Wait, what? Oh, Deadpool's identity is Slade Wilson? Oh, no. Yeah. Oh. I got you baited. Sweet Tea in the house. How you doing, Sweet Tea? Good to see you. How is life going? How have streams been going? Everyone go give Sweet Tea a follow. How are you been? Yeah, the whole project takes less time, but I really only I'm focused on one thing right now, Vid. I just want to know if this works. So I want to build up this wall first, and it's faster to build this side of the wall than this one. There's just too much walking on this side. So the truth is, I'm gonna really kind of want to stop this side, but they should only be building this side when this side is stuck. I thought they would build here. I guess they will. So let's do that. This side was only as a temporary, like, I just want to rush it. It works just not well. Well, that's what I want to know. Like, will this one spin? I don't know if this one will spin or not. I'm good, man. Thank you. Just played some Fortnite tonight. Don't have the energy to start Ace Combat yet. Yeah, I get that. I get that. There's a lot of energy goes into streaming. It's pretty crazy, especially like Fortnite. It will a little. Yeah, I don't know how I could have made this better, and that's, I guess, my big question is, like, how could I have done that? But I guess the down and back, making it thinner. The drop speeded up, right? Is that correct? I'm just, actually, a lot of this was to learn how this works. So these drops should speed it up, I think. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Oh, drops do not. Oh, we had a whole conversation about how, like, this kind of drop speed down will speed it up. Okay. Oh, I thought it does. What is the top command showing? Top command. Oh, it's the points. So if you're new to the stream, or if you don't know what these Canadian Mountie points are, there's a command that kind of describes all the ways to get Canadian Mountie points. CMP, I think it's CMP rules. Give me a second. Yep. CMP rules. If you go to that Google Doc, that link will take you to a Google Doc that'll explain how to get more how to get more Canadian Mountie points. Now, Canadian Mountie points are, actually, you know what? I'll just say are a fun way to engage with stream, earn rewards, and take part in community events. But basically, the person with the most Canadian Mountie points at the end of the month becomes our new ruler. So you'll notice along the side with the commands, there is a section called current ruler. That is the person who had the most Canadian Mountie points last month. So Bob DeBuilder, as he's coming up, here he comes. Our current ruler is Bob DeBuilder, right? So Bob DeBuilder had the most points at the end of last month, so he is our current ruler. You could become next month's ruler if you get the most points. It gets reset every month. This is going to be me at the end of the month. There you go. No, wait, hold on. Oh, no, that's the broke. No. You got this. You got this, Damien. I mean, Rick has been dominating the trivia. Yeah. Next month, we're going to limit the trivia. We limited the spinning. Spinning has a pretty high success rate right now, but we're going to limit the trivia. That water source is a power of 3. A drop edge and drop corner allow 2.5 water through. Just roll. Yeah. Until 1,000. Well, I mean, you've been nailing trivia, Rick. Yeah, I mean, if you can get the trivia right, you nailed it. You got like, what, 12? I don't know, something crazy in a row. So 2 wide will allow a total of 5 water through. Two wide will allow a total of 5 through. Oh, sorry, not roll, spin. Spin. Rolling is just a number roll. You want to do spin. Two wide would back up. Oh, okay. I see, because it would be 5 instead of 6. Gotcha.
I have arrived.
All right, arriving does give you points. The first person to arrive each stream gets 25. Then next person gets 20, then 15, then 10, and everyone else will get 5. So, yep. There you go. You're on your way. Oh, well, 16. You can get there. You got it. You got this. Next month we'll limit trivia because trivia has no limit on betting, and we'll limit it to probably 1,000, just like spinning is right now, limited to 1,000. So, what do you mean it's down to 2.5? So this is, right, this is 4 wide. So 3 going out at 4 wide won't even go up, barely anything. But falling down and falling down here, yeah, I'm not really sure I understand. Well, the reason we limited food, glorious food. You ready? So that microwave check is because I have a space heater in my, because I'm in the basement, and someone thought that was my microwave. So we added a microwave check because it looks like, because it sounded like a microwave. They thought I was eating food down here. It was just my space heater. So this edge, yep, goes down, and then goes down here, goes down here, goes down here. So it'll just drop down. So I'm not sure I understand the 2.5. I see we've got 2 between here. We've got the wheel in the way. Here, I'll go and destroy this. Can I rebuild that? I'm worried they won't let me rebuild it. It should, right? Let's see. Now's the time to know. Should let me, I imagine. But... yeah. $95 million, yeah. Poisonous swamp water. Yeah. Wow, like I said, Rick, you've been getting all of them all right. Each block edge will allow 2.5 water through. Okay, so we got 2.5 water coming down. Hits this, 2.5 water, okay. Well, because right now it's such a high win rate, Rick. It's so easy to win in the spin, whereas the trivia is based on knowledge. Yeah, 2K versus 75 million, yeah. Well, the knowledge, you've been nailing all of the trivia questions. That's all it is. Most people don't get all the trivia questions correct. And you've just been doing a fantastic job. So if you dammed off all but one tile, the water would back up. But would it speed up? How do you speed up the water? If it backs up, does it speed up? What if a beaver regulates the amount of swamp water it ingests and steadily becomes immune to it? There you go. That's our plan. We'll just dip beavers, Damien, into the bad water until they're immune. How about that one? Yeah, see, you're getting, like, Rick, I don't know when the last time you missed a question was. You restrict the flow of water. So if when you say it would back up, he's copy pasting the question to Google. I don't know. So if So, if it widens, does it slow down? Call me vid. So if I took this and made it only too wide, okay. So as soon as it widens, it slows down. So this doesn't actually do anything. I don't know. I thought this is what they said to do to speed it up, but okay. So maybe I misinterpreted how that works. Because I was kind of confused how that all sped it up. All right, so let's see here. So I guess it doesn't matter then. This really doesn't do anything. Take that 3 water and spread it over 4 times 2.5 because each surface can do 2.5, so 10 water worth. So it's kind of, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is not really that helpful. If I were to dig a canal down, that would speed it up. So if I were to dig a 1 wide canal down the middle or down one of the sides here, that would speed it up. Is that correct? So rather than having it flat here, if I did like dynamite down the side here, it would speed up down that side, right? I'm glad people have brains like y'all to enjoy this game. I will just watch and admire. Yeah, well, I'm still learning as well. I've been playing this. I have so many hours in this game, but Vid is... Don't tell Vid this. No one tell Vid, but he's really good at this game and really understands a lot of the mechanics that I don't know. It'll go to his head, so no one tell Vid. All right, yes, that side would be faster. Just that side, though. What game did Trump have? I don't know. I think he is, Damien. He's a beaver whisperer, maybe, or a beaver himself. One of those two is true. I just don't know which. We're still trying to figure it out. But one of those two is definitely true. Okay, so you're right. 3 down to 2 is the best we could do. It would have 2.5 of 3 water flowing through it. Yeah, I don't know on that one. I have no idea what that is, Rick. The other 0.5 water per minute would be spread over the 4 wide, so it would slow down the other side that bad, so it doesn't make a difference. So there is no way to speed this up, really. You could narrow it down and just do one side. That's why it's better to do it down one side and then back. That makes sense. Exactly, yeah. No, they're not built yet. I'm sorry. So gray, you'll notice some, like this isn't fully done yet. So anything that's in gray is something that I've planned out, but it hasn't been built yet. You'll notice there's other wind down here, these water wheels that don't have water yet. We got to finish this wall because all the water's leaking out the side and just coming down this way. And that's not good. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's eventually just going off the map and we don't care. But eventually we block this in. We're just building our wall to block all this water. And so when I click on this and you see all this gray, it says this is planned, and that's what the beavers are going to build. But things arrive here late. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you're right. They're not spinning. You're correct. So, actually, if you're new to Timberborn, let's explain Timberborn. Timberborn, beaver colony survival. Our goal is to survive as these beavers, but also to be happy. So, the first thing about survival, when it comes down to Timberborn, the basics are water and food. So, this map is very special. It was made by Kenderfrog, and we start off in this cave. This cave down here, we don't see the stars, we don't see the moon. Good news, we can still grow food even without sunlight and stuff like that. So, down here, whoops, in our cave, I lowered the map so we could see inside the cave. We have our food growing. Oh, let me go ahead and grow more food. Now, we've got corn. Oh, we've got eggplant. And somehow I accidentally got my corn in my eggplant. Don't tell anyone. We've got cassavas. We've got canola oil seeds. We've got kohlrabi. So we've got a variety of food. Okay? Growing. So food and water. Hello, Kenderfrog. Welcome in. Welcome in. Gee, I believe you're streaming right now. Is that correct? I'm sorry. I forgot to lurk because we were talking. Let me get a lurk going in Kenderfrog stream. She's fantastic. She also plays Timberborn much smarter than Vid. She's just Vid is okay, but Kenderfrog, genius. Unbeatable Timberborn player. Can never be outsmarted. No, she really is. She's very smart. I know that sounds sarcastic. She's very smart. So, Kenderfrog is fantastic. Vid is also very smart. I just like to give Vid a hard time. Both are amazing people and amazing streamers. Highly recommend it. Now, we are growing the food. So that's the first thing. You need food, and food needs water. So you might say, hold on, where's all the water? Well, I did something sneaky. I put the water underneath, and if you go up, you'll see the food is on top. Yeah, Vid is an evil tyrant. Actually, that is true. Vid is definitely an evil tyrant. He's the one who will send the beavers off to die if if colony standards are not met. Rick is lazy. So here we have food growing because there's water underneath it. Usually you'll do something like this where you'll have water on the side and then it will water the land around it. So that's also happening here. So we have food, and then our water, we have this giant water pit that we collect the water from. Now, our pumps only reach so far down. We're in a super big drought, so the water is going down, but we've got a bunch stored up in these big tanks. So we've got food and water. Food is stored in these giant warehouses. We've got like 1,200 corn. So on. So, oh, hold on. We are not doing so hot. Oh, because we don't have power. Hold on. My bad. We are running out of food. Spent the entire time on water mechanics. That's what I'm doing actually right now. It's not my fault they can't do stuff without being told. So, water and food, once again, are the two things. You need to grow the food, and sometimes you got to process the food. Like this one, we put the corn in here, and we process it into corn rations. This one, we take eggplants and canola oil, and we get eggplant rations. So, we're making a bunch of food. We're getting a bunch of water. All right? So, with that comes the next step. So phase 1 is survival, get food and water. Phase 2, and also sometimes leaks into phase 1, is trees. Trees allow you to advance and build more buildings. So we can do things like build storages for water, build storages for other things like logs and scrap metal. And as you go through stage 2 is industry. So you move your trees and then you start processing them. You turn them into, some things just need logs, some things need planks, some things need gears. So you'll turn your logs into planks, your planks into gears, and you'll need metal. Metal will take this scrap metal and these logs. You'll need dynamite, or you can have dynamite, you can have special shiny planks. So there's a lot of stuff you can do, right? Yeah, he's just betting all his points, but he's been getting all the trivia right. So when he bets 100 million and he gets it right, he's just been really good. He's been really on top of it. I don't know how many you've gotten wrong, but not many. Maybe 4. He's been doing really good. Wait, if there's dynamite, that means there's fire. Is there wildfire risk? Ooh, that's something they could add. So I will be honest, I'm very impressed with the devs. They might add something like that. So maybe they will eventually. There's definitely fire. I mean, there's fire in the sense of there's buildings that have pictures of fire. For example, there is a rooftop terrace where they go sit around a rooftop. You have to put out a building, but so here they'll sit around and they'll sit around a fire. But they don't have wildfires. That would be so fun. Wildfires would be a good one. The devs are really good with this game. They listen to the players, but they also are really fun. Like when Timberborn first came out, they didn't have bad water. They just had good water or drought. Now they've got good water, droughts, and bad water. So in the upper right, wildfires would be evil, but it'd be so fun. So in the upper right, you'll see that we're in a good period, which means that the water is flowing and we're getting good water. At the very bottom, sorry, you're hitting kind of the middle of this game, so it's like we're kind of far along. But here's a water source. So what we did is here's the water source. When it's good times, the water will fill up this giant box. We use dynamite to blow up this giant pit, and we store water in it. That's during the good times. You're going to see it will give you a 3-day warning when bad times are going to hit. Right? It'll say, hey, you're about to have either a drought or a bad water tide. When it's a drought, the water starts drying up. When it's a bad water tide, the water source actually spits out bad water. And that's bad. And you'd be like, oh no, your pit's going to fill up with bad water. And the answer is yes, except for we did something fancy. We built what's called a sluice. A sluice will decide if water will flow through it. We set our sluice to say if there's bad water on the other side, so basically, if there's bad water coming from the water source, then close, and it won't let the water through. If it's good water, then keep it open. So, bad water, the sluices will close, and the bad water will go up this, right here, this little, what is it? Tunnel? Go up the tunnel, and it will go off out to the edge of the land and just flow into who knows where. So, we've fixed the problem of this pit filling up with bad water by adding sluices at the bottom that decide if they're opened or closed. Once again, these are things that the devs have added pretty recently. Back in the day, we didn't have that. When I was a young warthog, we didn't have these fancy sluices. All right, we've clogged up enough of the water that it's making it to here. All right, it's supplying 114. Wait, why is this only 114? So is that because it's going over the edge? Why is that only doing 114? Oh, this is only doing 113. Okay, never mind. We're good. All right. This is doing 60? Oh, because good times are coming. So the water pit has filled up. It comes down here, and now it's kind of really flying. Oh my goodness. How cool would it be if they went too fast and they, like, flung off? Well, that's doing 114. This is doing 208 because this also has the blue water seeping in, which we won't always have. Right now we do. We won't always have that. I mean, I guess we could. No, we'd have to block it in. We'd want to block it in because it's flooding our mine. So, I would highly recommend you catch one of our streams where we are just starting out. Because right now we are in phase 2, which is industry. Oh, yeah, if you want dice roll, you can. If you want to do spinning, you can spin for Canadian Mountie points, which are different than dice rolls. Dice rolls are just random dice rolls. Oh, I'm not really sure. Oh, TR 808. I would have never guessed that. I have no idea what that is. Yeah. Complete flat. So that's why I was asking if these would work. So this, I don't know if this is going to work. Also, the water level's too low. And there's no way to raise the water level, is there? Unless I transfer water from here to here. I could have the water come over here and pump it in. Vid, would that work? If I water, I'm not usually messing around this much, but I think it'll be fun. If I do this, let me destroy our path here so I don't. But it's not worth it. Why is it not worth it? Not enough water coming in? power gain versus power loss to pumping. So would it be better to just have the water flow directly in there? If I wall this up, and have it flow directly in there, so I could block this off and have the water flow directly, but I want it to flow directly into this source. Will a sluice... Ooh, hold on. Would a sluice do a one-way flow? So a sluice here would let the water come in this way, correct? So let's close this dome, right? We've just been kind of testing. We can turn these back on. It's fine. We're fine. We're good on food, good on water. So if I channel the water from here, kind of out this way, I block this up and have it go out this way. And I have it flow directly into here. Okay. I think I've got a plan. So, what I'm going to do... I think I'm going to dynamite it all because I don't really care. And then I'll rebuild it. But what I would like to do is block this up eventually. Oh, sorry. In the upper right, you'll see in 0.7 days, we're going to have a bad tide come. Bad tide will make all the water turn bad, but we've redirected it at this point. All right. So if I take the water from here, I guess I could flow it this way too. I want it to come in down here. So we dynamite something like this. All right, so if I blow this up, we bring the water. I could even use this one and keep the pumps here. I want to bring the water from here. And bring it this way. Too wide seems fine. And I want to lower all this. Am I correct on that? Actually, hold on. I don't need to build all this. Up here, I just need this to go down. I don't need this up here. Okay, this should be good to detonate. All right. So now we lower all this. This will go down by 2. 2 and 2. I don't know if it matters. I'm going to do it anyways. Just for sake of it, and I'll build something here because I just want it to be clean. So we'll blow this up. We'll put a sluice in here that will only let the water in this way. And what that'll do is fill this up and hopefully make the flow more stronger. It'll be mixed water, but that's okay. All right, sounds good. Hey, Monty, I'm going to hit the hay. I'll have stream up, though. Thank you, Damien. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We got about another hour going here. But, okay, so this makes so much more sense, how we're going to solve this. I want this all high priority.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Great Odin's Raven. Is that Kender Frog? Let's go. How are you doing, Kender? How was map making tonight? Let me get you a shout out in chat as well. Shout out to Kender Frog, another amazing Timberborn player. Love catching your stream. Anytime you can get a chance, go say hi to Kender. Let's go. Oh, hefty. Oh, hefty. Wait, you can boom down tunnels. What do you mean boom down tunnels? Oh, you're saying build a tunnel here? Why can't I tunnel here? Is that because of the bad water? Huh. Very heavy. Oh. Oh, I'm excited for this map, though. Rich Uncle Pennybags wearing a monocle. I didn't know that. From the levees above. You can boom down tunnels. Not sure what boom down tunnels means. I mean, honestly, we're going to flatten this anyways, so we could do this as well. All right. We're also going to extend this out because I do want to eventually make this into a point where they can drop off here. So we're going to have a drop off here. I'll probably do one here and one over here. I don't know. That's kind of the plan. It's not really set in stone right now, but this will be okay for now. I would like to not lose water pressure though. So let's try this. Let's at least get to there. Now, we do want the dynamite to be finished first. You want to do that and place the sluices before you blow the ground. Why? They can stand on the levees and make tunnels under the levees? Oh, so the ick doesn't leak? Hold on. So you're saying... Now that I think about it, I need to do it here. So you're saying build the tunnels here. But then I have to destroy everything above it, don't I? Or... No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't have to destroy everything above it. Well, because as soon as I destroy everything above it, the ick's going to come out. Wouldn't it come out? If I destroyed everything above it, it would come out the side here. But if I were to, it would come out the side here and leak out this thing right here, about half height. But if you're saying I can build this tunnel from up here, okay, so if I build it from up here, scavenger flag. Oh, one of our scavengers finished? Let's go. That's a lot of metal. All right. Nice. We can kind of destroy that one. Let's build up our Savas. Okay, that's what I was wondering. So as soon as I do that, anyways, they can't build through dirt. Yeah, so if I boom this with a tunnel, it's all going to come out anyways. You're saying the ick won't come out if I build a tunnel here? Or are you saying, oh, you're saying wall it back in first? Oh, okay. I see where you're going with this. So you're saying wall it back in before you do it. Okay. What I'm going to... yeah. I'm just going to wall it in over here. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'll just... Well, the other thing is, do I care if it comes back this way? To be honest, I really don't. Eventually the red water will go away, right? I guess I should. I guess I should care. Is there enough water here to even get through all this? If I pause this... All right. What emotion are we going to? We've got regular. Sorry, we got regular. We got blushing. We've got amazing. We've got scared. We've got sad. We got angry. What's it going to be? So I'm just going to let it leak out this way. Yeah. I'm just going to let it leak out this way. I don't really care if it comes out this way. It'll evaporate. I see what you're saying. Amazing it is. All right. Zach. Oh, no. I'm just going to... What I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to let it go out that way. I'm going to build 2 levees here. Wait, I don't even need this one. Okay, I don't need this one. I don't need this one. I'm just going to place the 2 levees. Yeah, actually, that'll be fine. You do 3 levees. How can I give out points? You can't give out points. Yep, sorry. Once they're earned, they're earned. Do I not have enough dynamite? Oh, I gotta make more dynamite. That's what happened. I can't remember how dueling works. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna delete the booms. I don't think I want to delete the booms. I can set them off, but I think it'll just be easier to let the water just come down here and evaporate. This won't affect any of the beavers. You get them back, yeah, but I still need them anyways. And I need it to go 2 lower. I don't want the sluices here. I need it lower. So I could delete 1 boom. We'll be fine. We just build the booms. But I need the sluices down bottom here. Not up top here. Exactly. I'm not sure what the exactly was. We've already got the dynamite for these. These are going to go off anyways. I'll be fine, Vid. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. Actually, by the time we even complete this, most of the water will be empty. Alright. We detonate this. We detonate this. Okay. So. Oh, I didn't see this hole here. I don't think you saw the hole either, though. But that's okay. It doesn't really make much of a difference. I didn't see the hole. That was a very different story, but that's okay. We'll be fine. If I'd known that hole was there, that would have been different. No, you didn't. Did you see that hole there? I was talking about right here. I didn't see this one here. And it's okay. It really doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't even make it back in. We're fine. Oh, never mind. Hold on. No, don't even build these. We're fine. Wow, Vid, that was so dangerous. Did you see all that bad water come out? Crazy. Whoa. My funeral. I'm just kidding around. I'm just kidding. That was actually very lucky that it didn't do what I thought it did. It's going to do, but we're fine. So this is a point where we get lucky and we just say we knew exactly what was going to happen because we're so smart. I played this map. We all played this map.
I don't need it. I need it!
All right. We'll do this. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it, Rick. All right, so the water will come out here, come down here. And actually, yeah, we do need to fill these in. Oh, you know what it is, Vid? I made this wall, and I planned it up top there. Oh, not there. Ah, okay. Can they build that? Yes, because we'll just build stairs down into it. I'm just say go downstairs. Actually, we can kind of keep this as back in priority. All right. Go downstairs here. Build the dirt. Oh, it doesn't show the message? We still got it right. And no. Yeah, we won't run into problems this time. We already emptied it. We knew exactly what we were doing the entire time. So, but the tunnel, will the tunnel work? If I build a tunnel here, will it destroy what's up above it or no? Oh, wow, nice. No, tunnel will not. Okay. Well, if I destroy the platform, will it? Good thing the answer wasn't 3, yeah. Okay. So we tunnel, destroy it, turn it into sluices. Yes, because there's dirt below it. We'll be fine. I guess, no, we just... Yeah. Cool. So the good water, during a good tide, will come up here, flow out, flow into here, and fill this up. I need to boom the dirt on the inside corner. Inside corner. Huh? Oh, this one? Yeah. I see. Yep. This inside corner. Nice. Nice eye, Vid. Boom everything and have a nice blank canvas. Welcome in, EDG200. How are you doing? So good to see you. Yes, you are correct. That's a very Vid way to handle things as well. Okay. Why can't I build one there? Because it's got dirt. So if I detonate this, there is no dirt, and it's happy. Sluice it. Okay. So these I want to open or close. Never. I think we just always want them open. Open is one way. How are you doing, EDG? How are streams going? Are you still playing Timberborn? Let me get you a shout out. That's my solution, right? I'm just waiting for the good water to flood everything and for him to be shocked it doesn't work like he expects. Vid, that would never happen to me. Well, will this still send the good water in, even if this has water in it? Good, yeah, a break from Timberborn to finish Factorio, but should be back on the build next week. But the frames... Oh, wait, my frames? Are my frames dropping? Okay, so Vid... Oh, in my game. My frames. Oh, okay. Now, actually, there's a few people that have been dealing with that. So, Vid, if this has red water on this side, will it still send good water into it? Yeah, it should, right? Yeah, it has to. Yeah. We're good. We're fine. All right. If we open this up, water's not going backwards. Good start. Water comes down this way, flies down, starts turning this at super speed. Okay, I don't know. It's spinning it around 200. But if adding good water may or may not be able to speed it up. 200, about 200. So yeah, so I thought IMAX standing for something else, to be honest. Oh, there you go. All right. So there's no way this floods, right? There's no way it floods. No, we're fine. Vid's just overreacting. Why is it? Wait, where is it escaping from? Or is that from earlier? I think that's from earlier. I don't think this is this new? No, I think this is from earlier when we released all the ick and it went down this way. It came out and I think it went down this way instead of going this way. It kind of filled this up. This is from earlier because it's partially good as well. That's why we didn't get flooded earlier, Vid, because we don't get flooded. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. All right. So basically we're basically done with that side. So now let's build all our awesome water wheels. Now we should be easily able to reach this side. The question is, how do we reach this side? Now we could just easily run these down this side. And I'm not against it. I will let him live and learn. Vid, I will never learn. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm going to trust my instinct on this one. It's not gonna flood. We're fine. We're fine. It's not gonna flood. We're fine. All right. We got 7 days. We'll figure it out in 7 days. We're fine. Okay. So it's got an entrance. We have a one tile. Is this 1 strength? Is this water source a 1 strength? Even if it's not, it currently comes down here and it was flowing out this way without flooding. So we're saying instead of flowing out this way through these 2 blocks, we're going to flow it out this way through these 2 blocks. Now you're saying that's going to cause flooding. Because these 2 blocks are different than these 2 blocks. It used to come out here and just go down this way without flooding. But now it's going to come out this way. Now this could be, if it's a sluice thing, like these sluices should just be open and allow the water through, correct?
I have arrived.
Trekkie! A Canadian lumberjack? Are you okay? I'm more than okay. I'm doing great. Somehow corn got in my eggplants, though. You know, when corn gets in your eggplants. All right, let's see here. It's gonna flood, according to Vid. Now, Vid, we can never trust. We've learned this. Unless he's telling the truth, and then we need to trust Vid. So, keep that in mind. Oh no, Damien died of old age. Sorry, Damien. So we're getting pretty good power. We're getting very good power. Nothing like vid level power. But good enough that we can turn these off. We need to grow soybeans and mushrooms. So we're trying to get all the foods. Oh, I also need to collect bad water. Forgot about that one. So I would like to make a platform here. Where they can go ahead and go off and pump water. So we're going to go here and here and build a bad water pump.
Streamer, look at chat. Look at chat, streamer. Streamer, chat, streamer, streamer. Look at chat.
All right. Have a good night, Rick. Thanks for joining us. It was a lot of fun. Congratulations on the wins. All right, but I can't do that. Oh, I can. I can build on top of this? What? That's crazy. But no, that still won't work. So we can go get some more bad water. Why is this gonna flood, Vid? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It's not gonna flood. Vid, why would it flood? It's not gonna flood, right? I mean, if it does flood, we could really just wall this in. It's not gonna flood. Vid's lying, right? Oh, wait. Hold on. I might be wrong. It might flood. Because it flooded down here. But that's because the water kept coming. It didn't have an exit. And it didn't stop going. Do I need to build a third one here? We could build a third one. I mean, to be honest, if it really does flood, all we have to do is blow this up and let some water out this way. Or over here. Just let some water out this way, and we'll be fine. But why would it flood? The only way it floods is if this one water source is really, 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 really powerful. Which it might be. I expect the good water to flood. Which won't matter, to be honest. If this floods, who cares? But I mean, yeah. So if the good water floods, that's fine. It really doesn't make much of a difference. It'll just go over the edge here. And we can go from there. In fact, we could blow this up and have an exit over here if I need to. But if the good water floods, it's fine. It doesn't really do anything. This is all dried up. All right, one day. I'm very excited to see what happens. Is Vid gonna be right? Should we take a poll? All right, just in chat, I want everyone to tell me if you think Vid is gonna be right. Yes or no? Is Vid gonna be right? Is it gonna flood? Is the good water gonna flood? Yes? Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not a good start. That's not a good start. Why is it going to flood? No, it won't flood. Because the water's going to come in here. drop down. The only way it floods is if this water enters too fast. Unless it's because of the red tide. But no, it should still go in there. Alright, now I'm worried. Why does EGG think it's gonna flood? Oh no. 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 We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Why would it flood? It won't flood. They're just messing with you. They're just messing with you. It's not gonna flood. Let's make sure we refill our tanks. Because he made the Giga Mega Dam. Why is it gonna flood? He's the one that taught me the water mechanics. Oh, taught me the water mechanics. Oh no. Oh no, EDG. Flood. It's gonna flood because this is... Hold on. Because this water is going to fill this up faster than it's exiting. And that's because all right, here we go. Hold on, it's okay. Water's almost there. Here goes the water. It's gonna go down here. Oh no, it's filling it up too fast. It's filling it up too fast! Oh, it flooded. Okay. So, why did it flood? It flooded... Look where it floods. Well, it kind of flooded everywhere. Is it right here? So my thought process, the red water is higher than the blue. That's correct. So is the water not getting in here? That's what I was wondering. Because the red water is higher than the blue? Well, my question is the water not going in? So the water's not entering here. That's what I was asking earlier. No, okay, so that's what I was asking earlier. By having this open, I was asking if this would flow in. Because down here... This was my logic. Down here, this will open and it will still fill it up. But that's because, why is the sluice closed? That was my question earlier. So, this one is open. Even though there's water on the other side, it will still allow the water through. This one will not open, even though I have it set to open. Well, it's open, but it's not letting the water in? The pressure behind it is lower. So here the pressure is higher on the back side than the front side? Okay, so clean water is lower than the red water. But that same logic would apply here, would it not? the water down here coming from this. It does. Well, it's still, yeah, so the pressure, you're saying it's pressure. The pressure from the back side is higher than the pressure from the front side. Or is it because it's blue water going into red water? Because technically, the water has nowhere to go. Well, it could go up this tube and out the map, but it doesn't go out the tube. It goes up to here, which is the same as water. See the hump in the red tide trench. The hump here? I don't know what the hump is. The hump. No, I do not see the hump. I see this. Or are you talking about this hump? Yes, instead of going into the red water, it flows and finds an out. Right, it comes back. Right. That hump is higher than your outflow. So this one fills up because what is the difference between this hump and this hump? So, okay. Okay. So, water has to drop down in, is what you're saying. If it was a pipe and not a canal, it would be okay. All right. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. So water has to drop down. So really, when we built it down here, that was a bad idea to build it down here. We should have never built it down here. If I can build it... Okay, so if I kill this and I raise this up, we can do this. Hold on. So, let me make sure I'm doing this right. I'm still not understanding why this is working, though. Because it's allowing the water to go through the sluice and raise it up. So this is allowing the water through the sluice and fill it up instead of filling up our tunnel, because it should be filling up my tunnel with that logic and going out, but it's not filling up the tunnel when it's good tide. It's letting it out through the sluice. No, it doesn't. Oh, just the level of the tunnel is higher than your tank. The level of your tunnel is higher than your tank. Right. So it does fill up this, but I thought since this was lower... Okay, so since this is higher than my tank, it will go out this way. Right. So this problem is that the backup is lower than this. So you're right. So now with that logic then, if I were to lower this, then it would go. Or if I raise this higher than that. So logically, if I do this, and raise the levees higher, you have to raise your tank higher. If you raise this higher and it drips in, I have to raise my tank higher because that red hump is higher than your tank exit. So this will go, it will flow into here. Where your water wheels start in the bid sources. Here is higher than your overflow tank. Which is here. And here. Right. Let me think about this real quick. So, that piece of land inside the canal for power, where the bad water isn't going over right now. This is stopping me. Because I just want to make sure I understand this. Okay, let me see this real quick. If I open this up, and I drop water in here. Oh, but this is going over this. So you're right. I see. This is technically going over this block. If I kill this block, the water comes back. Okay. I don't have to drop it 2, though. I should only have to drop it 1, correct? And I'm wondering, can I just drop one side? Why 2? I have to drop it 2 levels? I have to drop it 2 levels because the clean water will be up to this level. They'll be equal. As it exits the tank, will be up here. It'll exit the tank right here into this pit. So, if it fills it up, see the height of the exit. I'm not sure what the exit is. The exit down here? I might be misunderstanding what you mean by exit. This is the exit. It's like 2 or 3 lower. Actually, it's, let's see, 2 drop, 2 drop. So 4 lower? Oh, the good water tank exit. here. So the good water tank will fill this up. Oh, yeah. You're right. So this, I see what you're saying. I was wondering what exit you were talking about. You're talking about the good water tank. Right. That makes sense. I was trying to figure out why this exit had anything to do with it. You're not talking about the bad water exit. You're talking about the exit from the tank into our canal. Okay, so, hold on. Now that does make sense. Okay, so this does not act how I thought. I thought it would still let the good water through and pump it through, but it does not. So, that just doesn't do what I expected to do. So, our options Yeah. Well, that's because, Vid, I asked, will this let the water through? And you said yes. You said this will let the water through. And I would say, no, it does not. It does not let the blue water in here. That was the question. Will this let the blue water through? No, it won't. It doesn't, because this water here, it does not let the blue water in. If it was built right, stop it, Vid. No, you knew my question. Yeah, if there was no water on the other side. That was not the question, though, EDG. Was it? It was not. The question was, in fact, will this let the blue water through? Right. And I don't know what a pipe is. What is a pipe? So I thought it was basically a pipe. No, it won't let the water through, though, because it's obviously not getting to the other side. That was my question. Will it let the water through? Could it let the water through? Yes. Will it? No. A pipe has a lid. So, okay, so you're saying, hold on. So you're saying if, we might have an easy solution for this. If I put a lid on it, which means just build these stairs again in a moment. But we're going to get back to that. You're saying do this. The tank, this will overflow. Platforms in either levee on top or metal floor or that. Since this tank is lower and I can't put a top on the tank. Okay, so basically it's a cap on the whole thing, not a cap on this. Okay. So this does not, even if it's a tube, it won't let it through. It's not if this is a tube, it's if the whole thing was enclosed. I would have to close off this and this, and then it would, which would make sense, except for the fact that this does not do what I thought it would do. Close or make it higher, right? But to make it higher, I would have to blow up all this, which isn't a giant deal. It's just a remake of a lot of stuff. How much higher would I have to make it? Is it one level higher? Yes. Wait, not above the top of the water wheels. What? To above the top of the water wheels? No, because the water wheels will be super high. above the top of them, the water will get high and then push back. Yeah, the canal. Yeah. Okay, I was going to say the water wheels sounds very extreme. Okay, so if that's the case... Yeah, okay. So this does not act as I expect. In fact, it's probably better if I made the sluices up one more. Yeah, I still have to boom this. Yep. That's what I'm concluding as well. But I am still standing by that I was lied to. Because I thought you were saying that this will back up because the water coming in will be more than the water going out. But when you said it will allow water to go through, it does not. I was absolutely lied to. Lied to! Right, I still need to boom this. I cut you off. That may have happened. I was still lied to. I may have cut you off, but that does not stop the fact that I was lied to in broad daylight on this fine Thursday. I was lied to by Vid. Put it in the history books. You cut me off. I don't know if that's true or not. That does sound a little bit like me, so I don't want to say I did not. But I don't know if that's true or not. Nonetheless, lied to. Directly out of the mouth of Vid. Lied to. Don't you back him up. I know what's going on here. This is just one big conspiracy. I know what it... I'm just kidding. This is how I accept that I did something wrong. It was not technically correct. I'm going to go with it was technically incorrect. I said, will the water go through here? And the answer is no, it will not go through here. Will the water go through? No. If the answer, because right now the blue water is not going through here, so it will not. It could go through there if this was not clogged up, basically. It could, it will, at one point. No. It would never. If this was domed up, it would never go through here. It could if another scenario was it. And if you lower the canal, it could. Right. I will admit that it could go through there, but it will not go through there. And the question was, will it go through there? The answer should have been no. But you know what the answer was? Please no, I told you to place the sluices in a different... No, you told me here. This is why I put them here. Where did you tell me to put them? I thought you said right here. One higher? But even if they were one higher, it still would have flooded, right? Yeah, one higher, it still would have flooded. Am I correct on that? Yeah. Even if they were up here, it still would have flooded. Not with dropping... Yeah. I still have to drop the middle. So, yes, you are correct. I still have to drop the middle, but no matter what, I have to drop the middle. So, whether they're there or there, it doesn't make a difference. In fact, I'm going to lower all this, aren't I? If I want to make it water wheels. What do you mean it makes a huge difference? What are you talking about? It still has to lower the middle. Whether I lower the middle by 1 or 2, not a big difference. What's the huge difference there? Actually, we don't want to build this anymore. The entry point is, yeah, but I still have to do all that. Oh, you know what? These poor power generators. Am I out of food yet? Nope. We're good. Water and food are good. Yeah, but I still have to drop it down. So it doesn't matter whether I have to drop this down by 1 or 2. I still have to get the dynamite and, you know, place the dynamite and blow it up. So there's not that big of a difference. Wow, why am I out of planks? I am still making planks. Gears are way better, so we're going to turn off the gears. Oh, what's our power output now that I think about it? Torque 14. I should still have haulers. Yeah. Okay, well, we didn't get our full thing built because I was lied to in the middle of the stream. Lied to! But it's okay. We have forgiveness on this stream. Love and forgiveness. Love and forgiveness. Love and forgiveness. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around. Okay, so we do need to destroy these. Because we're not going to go up to this level anymore. You were provided a very important learning lesson. I was provided that learning lesson. So I want to destroy these 2 layers, correct? Sure. Sounded very confident, bid. Because these are going to go down 2 more. Yes, there we go. Yeah, because then I want to build the water wheels in here. So that makes more sense. I'll actually need to do the same here. And on this side. Oh, which means I don't want these. Oh, no. Oh, okay. And all this is going to change. Oh, and we built all this beautiful, beautiful exterior. Just trash! Trash now. It's just trash. Oh, this is so sad. I built so much extra. And you let me, vid. You let me. You just watched as I did it. And smiled. Oh, that's so many resources. I think these are too high, right? Well, hold on. That might be okay. You are not adding more water to the red canal before. What do you mean? So clearly, if you look back at the record, I did not perjure myself. Which means I don't need this. I don't believe I need these 2. You mean the red water wasn't going in there? When I let you build all that infrastructure, the plan was not to include adding good water. Yeah, it was supposed to be both so that it could raise up and hit these wheels. Because I wanted more water in there. Actually, that's a good point. The idea was to raise the water up to get more speed. and also to have an outlet for the water, but I guess I could just do this. I wanted to test the idea of adding water in here to raise it up higher so that it could hit these. But to be honest, yeah, to not necessarily add power. I mean, it was more of a testing idea, but that's fine. It was more of a testing idea. This will be okay. So really, this was just more of a theory crafting. We could just really clog this up and let it out here at this point. I was just asking to figure out what angle you were coming from. So I wanted more water. If I had more water, it should have more speed. Is that correct? In an idea condition, it would work, right? Is that correct? Hello, Graham. Well, hello. You're actually hitting the very end. I'll get you your beaver. We got to call it a night. I was just talking some strategy. And I appreciate you both talking about it. It's not speed. What do you mean? It's throughput. Right. So more throughput would make it go faster. Thank you for the hydrate. But with more throughput would speed up the water wheels. Is that correct? It's cubic meter. Yeah. So I'm going to call it speed. But yes. Okay. So that was the theory. Right. But wait, a 4x1 into a 2x1. Right. But so we did talk about that. So what I should have done was have the water come down and then come back. But I had too wide because I thought I was going to be able to speed it up. But right. Yeah. And I learned that one. I'll be honest, usually I just use engines, and we end before anything like this gets built. And you could stack them, yeah. But usually this, like, I'm one of those who doesn't like to stay on a map for that long. Like, I don't mind being on a map, it's fun, but it's like after a while I'm like, yeah, let's get out of here. So usually I just go quick answer, lots of engines. The problem was down here in our cave that we started in, we don't have a lot of trees. And without a lot of trees, like, because this is my farming area. I'm using this as my farming and my trees. Without a ton of trees, engines aren't a very good solution. They just eat up logs like crazy. Yeah, this is Kender Frog's map. So we started down here in the cave and then we went up top. So that was the idea, was to... Since I was limited on tree space and I didn't want to go much further than this, I'm going to do trees and food down bottom, water here, storage, industry is the plan. And then I don't have to worry about watering this whole area up here or storing up water or anything like that. It's just an easy, keep the water down here, right? Put it underneath. It will water everything here. But that's why I didn't want to go engines. Usually I'm just when I play Iron Teeth, which I don't very often, I just go engines instead of water wheels. But I wanted to test this out. This is more of like an experimental approach where I wanted to test out all this theory and stuff. Because I think it's fun to learn. Water mechanics are probably one of the harder parts for me to wrap my head around sometimes. And he's going to grab a copy of my play and spend 4 hours cleaning gray matter off the walls. Yeah, right. So, yeah, like these are kind of mistakes that I like to do because I like to learn, you know, what I should have done. Here's how it works. I think that's always good. I guess we could just come from this side instead of worrying about this side. Doesn't make much of a difference. And I like to watch the learning happen. Yeah. Y'all like to watch the learning happen, don't we? We just love when Canadian Mountie learns. It's my tithe. There you go. You learned so much from today. How have you and your family been, Mountie? They've been fantastic. We're doing amazing. Life is good. Life is good, Graham. This will be easier to tunnel. It'll be easier to tunnel than boom. I mean, we should boom technically these two and then tunnel the rest, but let's just be lazy. How are you doing, Graham? What have you been up to? Like, what are you streaming now? I'm glad y'all are. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. What have you been up to? How's life going with you? All right, this will be saved for next time. I'm gonna go to ending screen, but I still want to talk to you.
You know, Homer, this is the part of the job I hate the most, the ending. Up until then, being the bad guy is the best job in the world.
I don't know why that one makes me crack up. There are 2 messages in chat. The first one's if you are a sub, you can copy and paste that into our raid. The second one is if you're not a sub yet, you can go ahead and copy that one and paste it into the raid. We are going to be heading out, though. Tomorrow is Friday. I do not stream on Fridays and Saturdays. I'll be back on Sunday. Now, I will say my schedule might be changing. Usually I stream Sunday through Thursday. It might be changing because I have a meeting with my other job's boss tomorrow, and my other job being not streaming, my other boss tomorrow, who's not myself. And I'm not sure if it's like, hey, we need you to teach tomorrow, or hey, we need you to, you'll be picking up a cohort in November, or if it's like, hey, you don't have a job tomorrow. So as of tomorrow. So we're going to see what that meeting's about. And we'll go from there. I know the next cohort was planned for November, so I don't know if that's still on. On that note, so I will let you all know Saturday, I'll be sending out an announcement and a poll for subs. Remember our Discord channel, there's a poll for subs that allows you to pick it. So I appreciate it. We'll see. I don't know if the job falls through or if they have to get rid of more teachers, then so be it. I think I do a good job, but I think they might, I know they've been cutting back on budget and stuff. But if you are a sub to the channel, you get a vote on one of the games next week. That's the plan. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah, Graham said I've been beyond great and blessed, so has my family. I haven't streamed that much lately. I've been taking a break and trying to focus on God and Jesus more. That's awesome. Honestly, Graham, you need that. Good. That's good to hear. That really is. It's hard sometimes to take a break, but honestly, Graham, that's good to hear. Vid, the meeting is either we need you to put in some more hours or we need you to clean out your desk. Yep. I'm pulling for the more hours. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm okay either way. It's just, I don't know. I don't like going into meetings where, I mean, the title of the email was catching up or like, let's catch up or something like that. And I was like, okay, I guess. I don't know if that catch up means could be catch up. Like, hey, here's what the changes we've made since we haven't had you on, teaching any classes for the past couple months. Or it could be, let's catch you up. You don't have a job anymore because we're going to be cutting teachers. Or if it's, hey, we're going to need more hours. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. All right. There are some amazing streamers on, but I want to make sure I do raid. I like to raid pretty evenly. And one, let's see who's on. One person I enjoy, is Fuzzy Pickles. He's in here a lot. He almost won last month. Fuzzy Pickles 168. He's an amazing Christian streamer. Lots of fun. He plays a lot of strategy games, so we have fun kind of discussing different things. He also plays, like, I don't know, just kind of a variety of games. Mario, you'll see him playing Donkey Kong. You'll see him playing American Truck Simulator, stuff like that. But that's where we're going to be heading. He's so much fun. Highly recommend catching his channel anytime you can. He's a really good guy. And he's become a big part of our community here too. Yeah, man, thank you so much. God bless you and God bless you and your family. And I hope your meeting goes great. Thank you, Graham. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right. I really do. I want to say this before we head out. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for all the love you've sent to the stream. It means a lot to me. We this stream has grown much more than I ever thought it ever would, and that's all thanks to you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you all. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful weekend. Hope to see you all Sunday night, and God bless.
Spellbinder or Santa water? What's it gonna be? Spellbound. Hey, Canadian Mountie. Well, look who it is. So everyone, this is